Good morning. Starting out so super weird, but good morning, crypto. Good morning, crypto fam. Good morning, kings and queens. Down to Crypto TA. Welcome to the Coin King channel. Boy, you had one assignment before I ended the stream. You had one assignment. Watch those two levels. That's it. Watch those two levels. And I also said I'm not touching anything until the 1 hour MACD crosses above the MACD signal. And why? Because it was the only thing I could really see that was showing some true activity in Bitcoin. I needed to see a change of behavior. So those two levels. Tell you how this went last night, right? Actually, not even last night, yesterday evening. All right, so we noticed this little flag pattern over here. We was looking at this breakup right here, this little descending trend line right here, and then later I plotted these two on there. But this is what we were looking at, right? So when price comes up, it taps into the QTD. It gets rejected. It starts to bing bong around, and then all of a sudden I see the scale, not the scale, but the dynamic cloud start to spill over. You know we about to pump at that point. If you watch the show enough and you watch me use this indicator, you know we about to pump at that point. So price dips, comes up into the dynamic cloud. It doesn't exactly catch it then. It comes back down to the level, the main level to watch, which is also where we had the 200 EMA for that 4-hour time frame, right? Comes back up and it keeps getting rejected from the top one. And this one was the 8-hour EMA that we talked about. And then boom. Beautiful. You had one assignment. So you should be in it. You should be making some money right now. But there's a problem. I'm gonna take you to it. Not necessarily a problem, but we are hitting some resistance right now. So I noticed that on the 4-hour time frame, MACD still looks wonderful over here on the 1 hour, but you know that can be slow. I need to see what the delta is doing. All right, so here we are. The alarm that I had set up for the 4-hour time frame for when we break this trend line right here. Also, that happened. Now we're at that second one, and you can see how price is starting to stall a little bit right here. We could get rejected here. That's all I'm saying. We could get rejected here. Have not assessed the charts fully this morning. This is something that we need to watch out for, because if we're not pushing through here, yeah, we're definitely going to roll back down on here. Now the daily, I can't even tell you if we actually tap this. I did put an alert on it. Actually, let me check my alerts. Okay, so no, we never tapped that. So that's fine, even though it looks like it's ready to flip back up. I hope that wasn't a bounce. I didn't get in. I decided I didn't want to trade, period. I was tired. I didn't want to trade. I just wanted to lay down and go to sleep. And that's what I did. That is what I did. But let's go ahead and check a few things out here. Probably shouldn't really be looking at that time frame, right? RSI looks nice. It doesn't mean that we can't correct and then get a pullback here and then a continuation. But yeah, we are hitting resistance. I mean, we can see it from here, the resistance here, all across this zone here, resistance. Should we short? That is the question this morning. Should we short? We really don't have a pivot either. I mean, like Bitcoin it was just a bird. Just a bird. Straight up. So we don't even have a pivot just yet. Maybe we wait for a pivot and then we take the short. If we should be shorting, right? If we should be shorting. All right, so we are hitting the yellow signal line here on the RSI as well, which can act as a cloud cover. That was the other thing we kept seeing yesterday too. We could see that the selling exhaustion was about to cool off on that 4-hour time frame also. We just had to wait for everything to play out to really get into it because it was so choppy in that little zone yesterday. So choppy. So we need to make a decision here. Let me draw a fresh. Actually, I'm going to leave that one there. So let me draw a fresh bib here. So in between the golden pocket and the 786 right now. And we could potentially go up a little bit more to tap that 786. The thing for me right now is going to be the 1 hour RSI. No, I get fidgety when it's time to short. 1 hour RSI looks really nice, but we're hitting resistance. So I think I'm gonna take a stab. I'm gonna take a little stab here at a short. Let me make sure. I just need something to back me up. If you're here, you can talk me out of it. I don't really have a reason to short it just yet. Other than that. All right, so I'm gonna put in a little. I'm not gonna put anything on the chart. Not yet, because my risk will be my risk, and I don't want to encourage others to take my risk on until I can get some clarity. Most certainly works better with the pivot. But that's nice. So I entered just a small amount with the understanding that price could actually go up and hit the 786. So if you're here and you're hearing this, do understand that as I enter this short position, price can go up and still hit the 786 right now, but I'm gonna do a little bit of risk. I took a little bit of risk. Oh boy, if only I wasn't tired. If only I wasn't tired. So while Bitcoin is looking lovely, let's take a look at see what our alts are doing real quick here. See if there's anything new worth talking about. All right, I just wanted to look at it real quick before I flipped over to the chart. Nothing's really changed with the altcoins. I mean, you got a nice little, a small little bounce off the altcoins right now, but nothing has really changed. XRP still sitting in the same zone, just hovering around that range high of $2.13 as it is at 219. I don't really see anything that's standing out with the altcoins, period. You can put a little trend line on this. Let me make sure it makes sense to put one on it too. Yeah, broke down and probably coming back up to back test it or whatever. Nothing's really changed. I mean, we know that we're in between these two zones right here that XRP likes to hang out in. So this consolidation area for XRP. Not seeing a good read on anything. Could get more of a bounce here today. But nothing just really stands out for me. Nothing at all. Definitely consolidating, looking to get a flip of all of those EMAs above that 200. And that hasn't happened, which is why you keep seeing that rejection too. Found something to talk about. All right, so although price is pushing up through the EMA and getting rejected, the rest of the EMAs are not following along, which means there is a lack of momentum here. Really tight in here, so can it happen? Yes, it can, and we've already discussed. We know XRP is just going to go back up to about that 238 to 260, something like that. But nothing is really catching me, so I see what the Bollinger. Yeah, boring and sideways. I really have no TA for something that's doing nothing. So we know the levels. It's either going to be here or it's going to be here. Should you buy? And if you didn't buy the drop, I wouldn't buy it here. That's for sure. Because all the altcoins are in a precarious place and they can continue to roll over. Nothing new with Ethereum. Nothing new with Ethereum either. I'm missing my line here and I don't know. Oh, okay. I'm on the 4-hour time. No, I'm missing my line. No, it's there. Okay. Just the fact that I'm on a 4-hour time frame. RSI looks trash. Yeah. Okay, that was from my 2-day. I do believe I went over this yesterday. Yeah, I did. So nothing really coming up for me here. RSI trying to hold on Ethereum 2-day time frame, but it's at a roadblock. So could see Ethereum roll over again. We already talked about that too. Probably back down here. It's about, I mean, it could try to hold this level again, this 2150, but if it doesn't, then I'd be looking at 1994 as a level to hold. It's basically just recovering, not all, but most of the overbought conditions that it got on this pump here, which I'm pretty sure it did a squeeze breakout, and immediately you go into overbought in that case. H bar still not breaking this trend line yet. So still just knocking its head on the trend line. This candle is up right here. So yeah, nothing until H bar actually breaks above here and above this dynamic, not dynamic, but momentum line here. We got nothing. I don't exactly like when we curl here, but it doesn't mean that price can't come back up here. So I am in a long position on H bar, a little small position as you guys can see, and we've covered that. Undo, same situation where it's just hitting this this trend line here, this descending trend line here, not finding the momentum to break up. Again, same thing across the board with the altcoins, not finding the momentum to break up. There's so nothing new to talk about. OP felon, I ended up dropping this little trend line here on OP, and it started to break below this. So yeah, it's like every time I want to give this one some hope, this is what it does. And that's the little small position that we've discussed here on the channel. Taking a couple of altcoins, dropping about 20 bucks on it with some leverage, and when we get the move up, the correction up, and what the intended return would be. And if you do it with a couple of them, then it gives you a nice little return. not millions of dollars. Not trading with millions around here. SUI, same thing. Bearish on the rise. Bearish on the rise. But again, if SUI comes up about 308 to 330, if it does get a correction to the upside, and then I'll be looking for some sort of continuation down on SUI. I would be looking for SUI to actually come back down here, sweep out that liquidity. You might even do that 194, but we're somewhere in between this 228 and this 194 on SUI, in my opinion. And we'll see what if the market finds that momentum to push higher. I didn't see anything special. Here, actually, I take that back. So it might be something coming for SUI. It looks like some selling pressure is going to be cooling off on SUI, and that's looking at the 2-day time frame here. Let's take a look at the 1 day. Yeah, 1 day. 1 day already suggested it back here when this bounce happened here. So now the 2-day is also suggesting that SUI could be getting a cool off on the selling pressure. And again, I'll be looking for SUI to come up through here. Now it can come up to the golden pocket as well, but expect a bounce on SUI coming here in the next few days. SUI will be getting a bounce. So I will open a position on SUI. I will come back and I will share that on the chart. Just a small position like we did before with HBAR and OP. But yeah, we can expect this is a squeeze happening right now, the RSI for SUI. It just required me to take my time, not be so biased with it. Little delta cross down here on SUI as well. Let's take a look at what the MACD is doing. Let's turn those two off for a sec. Not quite ready yet on the MACD, but the delta is leading. It is leading. So be looking back at SUI. COS, oh baby. COS might happen faster than any of them. We see a relief bounce here on COS again. Got a squeeze here on the 2-day here. MACD, while it has not crossed yet, it is postured that way. Delta is most likely leading, but we'll do it for confirmation. It is. So Delta is leading. Be looking for the MACD to follow along, and yeah, look for some selling pressure to cool off on some of these altcoins. Solana, yep. 2-day looks good on these time frames. I must say 2-day looks nice. I see TIA got a little bit of a pump. TIA needs to do something. Bitcoin pop back up on me. That's cool. Not far, but yeah, TIA's getting a little bit of a pump. That's cute. Nothing really stands out for TIA though. Nothing at all. It's amazing to me how this entire rally up here on TIA, not TIA, this is virtual. How virtual just squeezed up. There must have been something free or something. I like virtual, but there had been some sort of an airdrop or something. The reason why I squeezed up that way, because that dragged out for a long time. Even over here, so I'm seeing a redundant pattern with it. The buying pressure is suggesting that it cools off and it just continues to push higher. At least one thing has been consistent with it, and that would be the MACD. So if you're into virtuals, that is what I would be using right now. It seems to work very well with it. So the MACD cross, MACD signal for entries and exits. I haven't even looked at this chart in a minute. Even the past few days, as we've been discussing more and more of the altcoins, just yeah. But it does suggest that there is going to be a cooling period here on TIA, and it already is up about 5.26%. So it is already trying to show some sort of recovery. It does have this cloud cover here with the RSI. So I don't know if I would expect too much from it. QTD still hasn't dropped enough to accept price higher. I mean, it didn't have to do it over here either, but you just come into it and you get a rejection. Sometimes it's the low, sometimes it's the high. Daily is much closer to a situation like that. This is just, yeah. So if you wanted to mess with Tia, then I would just wait for it to break out of here. At least come back above. I don't know why I have this one here. Let me change that. Put it here. So $1.60, $68, $1.69. So at least wait for a closure above that. Before you do anything else, let's look at injective. Same thing. I know that we did talk about injective the other day because I was saying that injective looked like it was going to roll over. After it got a nice little pump up, it just looked like it was going to roll over, and it looks like it did. If it holds this range, then you can't expect for it to get another bounce up. Looks like I have it pegged out for 1510. Haven't looked at it in forever, and it actually, yeah, came up to it already. I don't know why I don't have anything underneath. I need to go in and update some of these charts. So I'm just going to skip through some of them because I haven't actually taken the time to update them. Aerodrome was one that I did take a little time with. Still waiting on this one to break out. I just want to move this line a little bit. Hopefully this is not a descending wedge, a descending triangle. In the event that this is, let's go ahead and measure that out. All right, so we'll put it back at 50 cents. If this so happens to be a descending triangle, back at 50 cents. The bottom is kind of flat here with the top declining. No decision is really been made here on this indicator. See that it did give a cooling from the I guess you would say buyer exhaustion kicked in here, but buyers are still very much in control right now. So I would just wait for this one to start to break in either direction. Right now, this looks like it will break up first. But I've seen this a lot of times too, where it looks bullish and then it just absolutely flops. But in this, it does look like it will break up first. But I would call that the last move, to be honest. But we'll see. I know it's just getting started from like a bigger formation or something. It's going down for a while. Yeah, it's gonna cool off. But since I can't tell you, like I really have no, I really can't tell you which direction this is gonna break into right now. I really can't. So I would just wait for the break to happen and then make a decision from there. If you're long, you may want to be taking some profits. If you have not already, you should be taking some profits. If you're leveraged, especially, you should be taking some profit. If it's a spot bag, then you know what can happen with spot bags. So to the high, $1.06, to the low, 50 cents. That's what you would look for on Aerodrome. All right. Let's see what Bitcoin is trying to do. Looks like it wants to break up again. So maybe we get up here to the 786. Uh-oh. That could not be good. I don't think that's good. We'll see. We might be getting ready to get a cloud cover on Bitcoin. It's not confirmed just yet, but you all just saw how the dynamic cloud flashed up and price did not. We may be in the makings of a cloud cover, which means we would expect for prices to come down. That's bearish divergence unless Blowfin is lagging or something, because we have had issues with Blowfin lagging. So we know that we are hitting a little bit of resistance. And I did confess that I entered into a short position because of that little bit of resistance. I also let you know that price could come up and hit that 107. So if you took this short with me, then do understand that it can always go against us and come up here and hit that 107. 786 is still on the table, but just taking some risk based on the resistance that it was hitting. And again, that resistance was coming from the 4-hour time frame right here. So we broke this one clean, but this one here, we have not broke it yet. And we're also hitting a yellow signal line here on the 4-hour time frame also, which is showing resistance. And we can see the resistance across here. So if we go back, we can see how much this zone has been resistance. So if we're setting up for a correction, because we've just been, high in the sky here, no pivots just yet. We have to make a pivot at some point. No doubt that at some point today we're going to get back a lot of this overbought Bitcoin price action. But it was a coming because, yeah, we were building it up, really building it up over here. One thing we did do right here is well, the dynamic cloud anyway from that QTD indicator, it did stop pushing up, so it did go flat. But it does still show the bear div between price action and the indicator. $15-minute looked good when I looked at it. Looks like a really nice chart. We can see that we are going to get some cooling now. Price was squeezed up, so you can see it. Like, I would have been looking at this and been like, okay, we're going to get a cooling period. We're going to get a cooling period. But yeah, we continue to push higher. Instead, that was what that generated. So it was showing that we could be getting a delta cross. So again, we could always still push up here into this 786. I'm leaning towards us not doing any more than that and getting a little bit of a correction, at least putting the pivot in. We haven't actually put in a real pivot. Like, we've done this little move here and this little move here. But that was it. I am also taking into consideration the bullish divergence down here underneath price action. So yeah, sometimes you can have bearish highs and bullish lows. You just have to go with the one that's playing out until it doesn't play out anymore. And that's how that works. One will be more dominant than the other until it's not. right. A little squeeze is going to play out at any moment, whether that is to come up here and take out this cell block here, come into the 786, and then get our retracement down, at least to put in some sort of a pivot here. Or if we're going to break this trend line, but that, yeah, it looks like it could be happening now. So a little squeeze. As the bulls are still in control right now. Let's look back at our 4-hour. Bitcoin's price action is being super weird right now. All right. So we got our two zones. We know what we're looking at up, and then have our zone down. And that's going to be where we have this this momentum line here. That's the low end of this box right here. This is also an order block right here. I actually do it in green, so we're clear about what it is. You know what I didn't check today when I was looking at the 4-hour to see if we got any rise out of our EMAs. That was a nice one yesterday. That was so nice. So we didn't. So our 200 is still intact here around that 105. 328. It's actually 105, 378 right now. So it did rise up just a little bit. But yeah, I mean, Bitcoin overall looks really nice right now. In the big picture, it looks really nice right now. And take a look at the 8 because that was the other hour time frame that we were looking at yesterday. And this was this one did rise up as well because we were looking at, this was the one that we were using for the 8-hour, and we were just pairing it with this this candle body here where we have this pivot at. And that looks good also. I did not want to see these prices. So we talked about that, the potential, you know, that if we didn't hold this lower, hold that 200 EMA, that there was a chance that we could come down and do something like that. So that was averted. All right, just back on our 4-hour. We still got an hour and 41 minutes before we actually confirm that we're getting a break above, a momentum break above this trend line right here. And just take the alarm off on this one now. Delete. I didn't hear it when it went off anyway. We already knew what we were looking for, which was to hold at 105, 328. 108,261. So we did invalidate the bear div between, at least between this high in here. That has been invalidated, especially since the scale went the cloud went flat. We did not get that cloud cover coming up. And we'd already identified the positive delta cross, bull still being in control, indicator pushing back up on buyers, so buyers stepping back in right here with this breakout, which has been really, really slow, but nonetheless it's holding. So respect. 786, which is the same as that. Order block. Bullish divergence. But of course, we're going to have bullish divergence. I mean, we're moving up a lot faster than we're moving down. MACD was still rising too. So even though the delta, which again, the delta is leading. Well, actually, no, the MACD is not over here on this time frame. But the delta is still leading. I'm going to leave it like so we can see both of those. Very strong MACD over here on the 1 hour though. And we've been watching for that because it was the only indicator that wasn't choppy. It was the one indicator that wasn't choppy. So yesterday on the stream we said watching, waiting for the positive cross on the MACD. Because the RSI was hella choppy. And I saw where the change of behavior did come in on the RSI. One of the things that it did over here was beforehand, we're getting these little pops in price. We're getting these little pops, but you can see how the blue line, well, here is where it was. So the green line never crossed above the blue as we were getting those pops. And then yesterday, suddenly we got that crossover right here, and a couple of other things ended up showing up in the chart over here as well. And voila, there she goes. Collapse that for now. And I used to not like the MACD. Like, it's only been about a good month now that I've really been getting into the MACD. Maybe 2 months. And I started to study it a lot more. I started to play with it and switch up the way it looks. Just, simple coding. And now I like it a lot. So I hear that Kathy Woods picked up on some AMD yesterday. I thought it was kind of. I mean, I know when people have money like that, they don't really care where they buy in. Look at take somebody like Michael Saylor, for example, who just buys Bitcoin at whatever price it's at. Nah. But I just think that's, I don't know, I think it's a little bit ridiculous. So while Bitcoin is doing this thing over here and pumping, we do need to take a look at the stock market, right? Right. Nothing much has changed. Stock market. Watching the 1 hour right now on several of the stock picks for the week. So let's take a look at Palantir. Let's see. Make sure I get the right. Don't want that one. This one. All right. So jumping into Palantir. I picked Palantir up at $13. My it's been my best performing stock ever. When I picked it up at 13, I did sell. I sold the entire bag. And then after the pullback, I did buy a little bit more. I bought back in. So I'm back up on it. Actually decided I wanted to do a little bit of a trade on it yesterday after looking at it. So not my hodl, what I'm holding for more of a push because the stock market moves slow as molasses. But it's been absolutely, the best investment. The stock market has just been the best investment. So if you haven't diversified yet, I suggest that you do. It's not financial advice. There's nothing I say is financial advice, but altcoins have really not been the greatest performers, and it's just so much money to be made, especially if you diversify anyway. We should be diversifying. But Palantir right now, we do see a little bit of bullish divergence here on the 1 hour time frame. It's here on the RSI, Got a little bit of bullish divergence right here. Nothing 100% confirmed, so it can still be invalidated. It is showing that there was going to be a cooling period right here on the selling pressure. Since we are still near our ascending trend line here from where we have this rising formation in place, and we're also at one of the key levels that we were watching here at the 129.41. So getting a little bit of a reaction from that level. Pre-market, you can see we're at 131. And let me take a look here. And we're just hanging on to the 20 MA on the 1 hour time frame. And I was just checking out Webull to make sure. So that's what's happening right now, because on TradingView, maybe there is a way that I can get real-time data with my indicators, but right now I can't. But levels is all we really need right now. So bouncing off of that 129 up at 131. Looks like we could get a little bit of a cool off. Where would we go to? Maybe just back to that 135 again to test out that 135 if we break. If we if we do get the push. Right now it's just really petty candles right in here. But if we do, maybe we come back up here to that 135. Can plot a line across here. I got enough lines on the chart, so I'm not adding anything. But just for a little trade. This was posted on my social account on Friday, so you can look back at the levels. Coin. Pre-market coming back up into where we have the platinum pocket, the 786.886 right now. I don't really see a reason to want to do anything different here with coin. Not right now. Like I wouldn't take a day trade or a swing trade on coin. Not a long anyway. Maybe we can get down here to this trend line or here into the golden pocket. So that's something that I'm watching for coin, because I would like to be able to pick up a little bit more. So I don't expect for too much of a pullback to happen on coin. I mean, we can argue that the RSI does have bullish divergence on it, and of course it's going to have bullish divergence on it. When we zoom out, we do have a little bit of bearish divergence on the weekly time frame. All of the stock, if you look at several of the stocks, they're going to have that same bearish divergence on the higher time frame. I mean, they've all been squeezing higher. So at some point, this bubble is going to pop. It is definitely going to pop, and I think we're closer to that bubble popping than not. But nothing to do here with coin. We're watching coin on the 2-day time frame. Watching it on the 2-day time frame. Fully aware that we're in this ascending broadening pattern that has held the test of time so far. And as we're broadening here, the candlesticks, we are narrowing on the indicator. So here we're narrowing on the indicator, and the circle just represents points where the QTD found tops and bottoms, and then you can see how that aligns with price action. So that is what we have going on here with coin. So again, I could probably adjust this trend line here as well too, to just actually run. I was just trying to find the first point in which it might break a trend line. It would make more sense for me to do it like so, like this, and then we can look for that. So we can do something more like that. That makes more sense than lining up with what I'm looking at here with the golden pocket 786 retracement. And then if, let's just say, coin for some reason wants to do something like it did here or something like it did here, then we just be looking for it to come back down here to the low of the if it doesn't tap the low here of the trend line, then we'd be following along with the QTD to see where that hits some sort of support for coin. But honestly, not looking for a big retracement on coin. I would love a big retracement on coin because then I could buy some more the same way I bought here based on the QTD. But right now, I mean, we know that there's going to be a cool off for coming. Just want to check back in on Bitcoin. Okay, it's fine. But with coin, I'm just sitting on my hands. Tesla pre-market 304. I did look at Tesla last night actually, and I really liked the fact that it was showing that a cool off here on the 1 hour time frame for Tesla could be in play. There's something else I wanted to see happen over here. I should have taken my notes on it, but what was it that was lining up with it? Oh, I should have put in my notes last night, and I didn't. I did not. Oh, okay. Ding. It just hit me. Okay, so with Tesla, even if it's a late entry for me here on the 1 hour time frame, I will be watching it today. As we are, I mean, Tesla right now is oversold here on the 1 hour time frame. I love that. I love the fact that it's oversold. So let me turn the QTD back on for a sec. Do want to watch this. Okay, so with Tesla, what I was watching last night, when we do get oversold on Tesla, why do I have these support and resistance lines on? I have no idea. Let me turn those off. Sorry. All right, so when we do get oversold on Tesla, what I like to see after we get oversold, I like to see the squeeze happening on the DTI. I like to see the squeeze happening, which you can see that we have the squeeze happening over here. And then I like to see a break above here on the RSI. So let me turn the other ones off. Turn off those and turn off that. I like to see a break here. So I like to see when we come back above the yellow signal line. The rest are early signals. You can use those, but this is what I want to see before I take an entry on Tesla because it can go any way it wants to go. We get the squeeze, we get the break up, we get a nice little move. All right, so we got the squeeze over here. I want to see this start to turn up, and I want to see a break above here before I take a position on Tesla. We got the squeeze over here. We got the squeeze over here, and we got a cross down below here. Very slow getting down here to this low, and it really didn't give much, but you take it with a grain of salt. I don't short Tesla anyway. Before I take a long position, that is what I'll be looking for. Same thing was over here. You saw the little squeeze over here. You got the break up here. But it's already getting a bit of a move up. So I like that. I like the fact that it's oversold here on the 1 hour time frame to get a buy. Here's where it was oversold again. Here's where we got the squeeze. Here's where we got the move above the yellow signal line here. So it seems like so far, I see the pattern of it doing like a W formation. W formation. Oversold, push up, come back down, W formation. I'll put these notes in my chart. Let me see if that is repeated. Oversold comes up a little bit, double formation. Well, that one took a little bit too long, but yeah, you can most certainly look to take a long on Tesla. I wouldn't do anything pre-market. I've tried that before. I've learned my lesson to not jump in pre-market. Wait for the market to open. Let it do what it do from there. But yeah, I like Tesla. For just a day trade. I mean, Tesla is way more than a day trade. We all know that. But we all start somewhere too. So I like that. Let's take a look at Apple. Apple's still looking nice right now. It's at 209. Remember the two targets that I was looking for, about 221 to 231. We are inside this larger range here. And you can see the range is the high up here is 225. So you can also see how price action reacts there. Got a nice momentum momentum line here yesterday on Apple. Let me hide this. So, I mean, I did not take a position in Apple simply because I don't think that it can do enough for me. But nonetheless, you bought enough of it, and you get a nice move out of it. So 221, 231 is what I was looking for on Apple. Can it come back up here? Surely it can. It can always come back up here. Apple is in a rising wedge, not rising wedge, but a rising channel. So this is the rising channel here. I need to add the one to the upside as well. And all I'm doing here is like, if Apple were to break down, where would that measure out in terms of the channel projected price target based on the channel. All right. So this is our channel here. So a great place to buy in was right here. And it did what all other stocks that I've been watching have done. And that is break their macro trend line, take the liquidity from that macro trend line, and then price would just move back inside or back above that trend line. So nice look on Apple, back inside the dynamic cloud here on the weekly time frame. And now that it's back inside, you just want to see it continue to push up and out. And that is Apple. Sometimes the scale or ghost line will act as resistance. But once price deviates above it, deviates from it, from the high, then it's gone. It's gone. It'd be gone at that point. Yeah. So come into it, it might reject a few times like it did over here. But once it clears it and deviates away from it, then that's it. Have not crossed above the yellow signal line over here on the weekly time frame just yet. but that could be your common next. And once it does that, you'll end up getting a really nice move off out of it. Um, Over here, it just showed like a cooling phase here where bulls got a little bit exhausted and got a little bit of a sell off there. And then bulls came back into control here. And I don't usually, I'm not the best reader of this indicator when it gets down in here, when it's at the lows. I usually look for everything at the highs. But you can see the little bit of a cool off from the bears here as the DTI turned down. The bears are still in control, very much still in control here on the weekly time frame for Apple. So again, like I said, could just bing bong around here a little bit more before that break actually happens. Can do that before this break happens. But we're on stream looking at this before the breakout happened. So if you are an Apple trader, you had a chance. Sound this morning. All right, pre-market 1062. I'm a Sound fangirl right now. I think that Sound has some great potential right now. I love the daily time frame. And I'm going to put these back on now. I love the daily time frame. So nothing for me to do here really on the 1 hour time frame. If I was going to add into it, then I should have did that yesterday on the pullback. I did not. But that was a nice suggestion from this low down here. Look back at the daily. Nice candle recovery. Nice freaking candle recovery here on the daily. I see the culprit. Yeah, just wasn't prepared to break outside of the upper cloud just yet. But I look forward to that coming. I actually bought it simply because I could see that we were holding this level in here. When I look back at it, like I was interested in Sound before, I just didn't take the time to buy it, and I could have, especially when we came up the yellow signal line here. Just took my eyes off of the stock for a minute and started focusing on Bitcoin a lot more, and missed a few opportunities. But yeah, I like Sound. It looks like we could get another little pullback in here. You can see right here, same thing, a little bit of a pullback right there. It's looking like we could be getting, like right now it is pumping. It is up at 1064 pre-market. And again, I would not buy anything in pre-market. Just wait on it. But it's a good looking chart in my opinion. I like it. It's had a rough time since Nvidia sold off on it. Know what I need to look at, which was not on my list for starters, but that's Hood. Okay, so pre-market 92.61. And I've mentioned this a few times here lately that you're going to end up seeing sell-off on Robinhood here. I mean, it's a strong move. I'm not looking for like the biggest sell off here, but it is sort of like a buy the rumor, sell the news sort of situation over here on Hood. It's not prepared yet. I don't think it is, but it could happen. It can happen by the end of this week. You're already seeing a bit of a correction here already. Um, as we started getting into this one on Monday. And you can see here from the DTI that is showing some sort of exhaustion starting to kick in here. But it could be this week, it can be a few weeks from now. Be looking for that cool off on Hood. So just keeping an eye on that. If you're interested in buying in, you'll have an opportunity. It looks like it would continue. Bear div here on the RSI as well. But if it so chooses to continue to push a little bit higher, then it can invalidate that. But right now, a cool off. Check in on this baby. Pre-market 73.95. This is a slow one on the trade desk, but I like it. I like it. So if you're looking for something that, something that can give you a decent run, because so much of the stock market has already taken off. TTD is a good one. It's a good one for me. So that's something that I picked up on. So TTD 73.96 right now, pre-market. Looks like we did get that close yesterday outside of this trend line. I've been waiting for that to happen as well. I mean, I'm in already. But that was something I've been looking for. And so in the immediate, I'm looking for about 88 midterm, 104 next target for me. And so far it's fine. So that's our break. And just got to get past this area of resistance here. So that's 74.40. Just got to get past this, and then we can start looking up here at our next zone up here. A little bit of a pullback is possible, of course, but hopefully we'll hold here. No guarantee, but this is an investment here, so it's not, I'll be sitting on this one for a little while. Circle continuing to do its thing. Circle is a nice looking chart, just not something that I'm going to buy. I posted this one on my account on X at Down to Crypto TA. So if you're not following me, please do follow me at Down to Crypto TA, and also be sure to follow the Coin King. It's DA. D is in dog, A is in apple, COINKING, the Coin King on X, and myself again at Down to Crypto TA, where you'll find I post interesting stock charts. Haven't really posted a lot on the altcoins here lately, but I will start getting back into posting on the altcoins. But you got to go where the money is right now, and the money right now is either in Bitcoin or it's in the stock market. When there's a good point to buy some altcoins, I'll talk about that as well. And it won't be once the market is already ran up 100%, because crypto market moves fast. But yeah, Circle and identified this as the value line here. Very well respected here. It actually did tap into it right here with this candle right here. And the low on that candle was 171.50. And that's 174.81. So a nice little tap into the value line here. And then that bounce up and out of the falling wedge, the falling pizza right here, indicator breakup with the green triangle. And looking for it to come up right now back into about 198 to 223. I'm willing to buy. If we can get a rejection and we can get a move down, let's say we get a failed swing, Let's just say we get that. I'm willing to buy here. Otherwise, it just be one that I miss. And that's okay. It'll just be one that I missed. And then AMD pre-market 136.08. So still selling off a little bit over here on AMD. But we have discussed that. I don't do options. And you know what? I might want to. I might want to do some option trading. I got to think about it though. I usually just buy and that's it with stocks. Just buy. And then I sell when I'm out and then I buy again later. That's options too. But yeah, talked about AMD hitting resistance and getting that rejection. Want to see AMD hold here. Don't want to see AMD lose that 128. So on our pullback, I don't want to see us lose that. To be honest with you, I don't even want to see us come back inside of this dynamic cloud here. So let me just go ahead and put that out there. That's 134.67. I don't even want to see us come back inside of this dynamic cloud. Because things can get ratchet real quick when it does that. It can get ratchet real quick. So if anything, I like to see AMD. I like to see this ghost line right here flip back up and come back up the bottom. That is what I would like to see. I want to start a new trend line. That is not what I want to do. I haven't taken any profit on my AMD since I bought in. And like I said, Kathy Woods apparently picked up some. Maybe she added. I just don't think it makes sense to buy in this late in the game, especially when it's at resistance and rejecting a little bit. I'm sure she'll be holding for a while. But still, I think AMD is nice, and I look for the next target up here on AMD. But we can't move in straight lines, so that's what we have to expect. We do not move in straight lines. I will check back in today, see how we're doing here on the stock market. Dun, 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 dun. That's what we're watching this week. Oh, something else I was looking at. Take a look here. Let's see if we're still looking that way. I got to add it back in here now. Is it this one that I'm in love with? Trying to see which one it was that I was really liking. No, I know it's not Williams Company. It wasn't TradeWeb. I think it's this one. I do believe that it is this one. I actually like this one right here. Just for, oh man, it's already gone. I was looking at it last night. Like, I'm going to buy this one. I'm going to trade this one. I kept looking at it last night. Like, I'm going to trade this one. Wake up this morning and look, it's already up. I mean, it's not much. It's $1. $1 and some change. Pre-market 112. I was looking at it last night. Like, let me find some trades here on the 1 hour time frame. And I was looking at Expand Energy Corporation. So we'll see what this looks like after market opens. If it's just gonna continue to get that little push up. I saw that it was showing exhaustion on the selling pressure which is why I was also interested in it too. So I still got time on this one right here. I think I still have time on this one right here. We'll see. Once the market open, we'll be looking back at this. That was the only one aside from Tesla, and we've already seen Tesla. Already seen that. So this one and Tempest was the other one. But yeah. And Tempest, because Tempest was actually at a area of interest here. So we'll be checking back in on Tempest as well. Pre-market up $1. So it's at 60.25. Not going to touch anything until market actually opens. All right. So we're going to check back in on Tesla. We're going to check back in on EWE, and we're going to check back in on Tempest as well. All right, let's get back over to our Bitcoin while I take some notes on things. All right. So we did finally tap our little trend line here. So we got that drawn properly. That's good to know. That's good to know. Tap that trend line. Got a small little bounce off of it. Still in this order block here right now. That also means I would end up having to move where this golden pocket 786 is located at here, and that is what this is, golden pocket 786. I'll end up having to move that up a little bit, but the first area of interest, if we do get this correction on Bitcoin, is going to be right here at 106,873 to 106,761. That's going to be the first area of interest for me on a pullback. I mean, we really are. I mean, we're just straight up. We've seen this before. The last time when we got that drop down into what was the drop that we got? It was this one. How we just didn't stop. Just didn't stop. Just kept squeezing up. So I don't know who's responsible for this. And I'm happy to see Bitcoin pumping, and hopefully that spill continues to spill over into the altcoins. And everybody's rich. So let me just change my numbers here. Actually, I'm just going to wait. I'm going to wait, and then I'll come back in and change my numbers, because right now it just won't make sense. I may have to come in and change them again. And referring to this box over here. All right, this one right here is solid. This right here is an order block. So again, 106,873 to 106,761. That is where I would be looking for price to come back to on a correction. You can always draw a golden pocket from here up to the high as well, but this is what I'm looking for. All right, let's see if we get it. All right, I'm just going to add my little note over here that I am present. I am present I'm going to mute my mic, but I am present. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed some chat. Bong Mong Fong Song Lee. That is hilarious. I missed it. It's the Coin King. Good evening. Evening. It is morning for me. It is morning. I start at 5 a.m. It is morning for us here. When I see the Coin King, he was looking out. He was looking out for it. Good morning. Evening. Bong bong. LOL. I love it. Bong 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 song lee. All right. Gonna mute my mic. I am present. If anything pops off in the chart, I'll be here to talk about it. I'm gonna get set up. It's 7 o'clock, 7:05. Take my notes for the stock market, and then I'll be back to talking. I am still present, guys. I'm just working on some notes here on Bitcoin. I do see that we did break the ascending trend line here, and we're getting a small little move down. We haven't even taken out this low here yet, or this low over here just yet. So again, looking for a target down here around 106.87.7 to 106.761.7, and that is in line with this momentum line over here on the 1 hour time frame. So let's see if we get that move back down here into the dynamic cloud. You can also draw a fib if you're more interested in drawing a fib on it. So looking at that level, you can draw a fib and you can look for a golden pocket 786 retest here, still within the 786 golden pocket range here in the top blue box, top white box there. I do need to adjust the one down here. I'm just going to give it a little bit of time. If it starts to get a little bit closer, then I'll adjust this because price did move up slightly. So the 106 will not be the golden pocket. It'll move up just a little bit, but nothing too drastic. Really oversold, overbought here. Coming up, extremely overbought here. We've just been up and up, no real move down. So we're finally starting to see like an actual real pivot take place right now. Beautiful move up. You can see how the MACD crossed up, accelerated price. We had the two levels here that we were watching out for yesterday before the stream ended at 5. Yesterday, we're watching these two levels. I said, hey, make sure you keep your eyes on this one right here, especially this was the 200 EMA on the 4-hour time frame. We broke below it, no closures below it, came back up, and boom, was waiting on this right here to happen. One of the only indicators that wasn't choppy was the MACD indicator. All right, so right now I'm just working on a couple of things right now in the stock market. See where we're at pre-market. Got some things that I'm interested in trading on the stock market today. And I will be back on mic. Thank you for being here. All right. I got some analysis done. I did come back in and update the chat again just a few minutes ago. I got me a walk in real quick, and I'll be doing that every hour or so just to give my back a rest. We do stream for 12 hours here, Monday through Friday, 12 hours. So, yeah. Um, and just go back into this again. I did state that you can draw a fib on here and you can look for retracing them into the golden pocket 786. What I am looking for is for price to come back down to about 106,873 to 106,760. 761. That is what I'm looking for. And that's going to be this order block here, this bullish order block here, which is also in line with this momentum candle, momentum line over here on the 1 hour time frame. So we'll just keep both of these up here on the chart just for reference. Right now, we are bouncing at the low of the golden pocket right now. Let's also take a look at what we got going on the indicators down here. All right, so came pretty close to being oversold down here. You can see a little bit of bullish divergence trying to come into the chart here, right in here. MACD is still rolling over here on the 5-minute time frame, even though we tried to get a delta cross up, which delta we know is leading. Selling pressure look like it's gonna cool off a little bit here. And what we would be looking for is price coming back up. It still can attempt to do the 786. It can still attempt to come up here and do the 786. And I mean, if it chooses to, it can push a little higher, but I'm not looking for price to go beyond this right now. Yeah, at least I say that. So let me look back over on the 4-hour time frame and see if we did actually break our trend line on the 4-hour time frame. I was watching for that. So no, we did pivot here at our resistance momentum line here on the 4-hour time frame. Let's see what else we got going on over here. Yeah, pivot here at the yellow signal line here. Still waiting for the direction here on the DTI, and give that a little bit of a time to cook there. Bulls are in control on the 4-hour time frame as well right now, but again, we are hitting that resistance. We can still get that break up here on the 4-hour time frame. I'm just looking for a little bit of a cool off because we've just been straight up in the air since last night, just straight up in the air. Okay. So again, it looks like we could get some sort of a cool off from the little sell off we have going on over here on the 5-minute time frame. Let me just go ahead and drop this. We'll look back at the delta and the MACD, and just keep the RSI and the DTI on the chart for now. So first thing it could do, it looks like it could actually get that bounce off of that golden pocket. So good thing that we did add it in here instead of waiting for it to drop all the way down to the order block here. Stretch this out a bit. I mentioned my short position when we first started the stream this morning, and let you know that it's going to be a small position. I wasn't going to add the short tool on the chart. I said, if you're here and you hear it, then you know what's going on. If you weren't here, then you just didn't get that information. But I did enter into a short, just a little bit of capital for this move here on Bitcoin as we were hitting that resistance. Right now, I'm currently up like 7.54% right now. So just only up 7.54%. Not much. I can buy some noodles right now, and that's okay with me. That means I can eat. All right. Really looking at putting some money into the stock market today. It's in a couple of things I want to trade. So we will be covering stocks again once the market opens. A couple of things that we're looking at is EXE, that's Expand Energy Corporation. We're also looking at TSLA, that's Tesla. TEM, that's Tempest. POTR, that's Palantir. We're looking at Coin, Apple, Sound, Hood. TTD, that's the Trade Desk, and we're looking at Circle and AMD. So this is the picks for the week. This is what I'm watching this week. It may also be the picks for next week. But for today, really going to be focusing on EXE, Tesla, and Tempest. See if we can get some 1 hour bounces out of these. Palantir also for 1 hour bounce. I did manage to get some notes taken on that Expand Energy Corporation. Also mapped out the chart for the levels. And let's see, I haven't made notes for anything else. It's just that EXE was something new to me, so I really needed to add some notes on that. It really caught my attention. All right, Biddy. As I was walking, I noticed that when the scale came up, it tapped the lower bounds of the dynamic cloud and it got that pushed down. So that was something that we were looking at when we was talking about potential break of this trend line over here. And as soon as it happened, the cloud jumped, and I was like, oh, that may not be good. But we did end up getting a little bit of a push back up here higher, take out the liquidity from there, pushed higher into this order block here, the sell block here, before finally breaking our trend line. All right, so we're getting close to coming into that golden pocket right now. Golden pocket 786, top side of the dynamic cloud for the QTD. And we'll see if we start to get a little bit of some bouncy action for cool off in the selling pressure right now. If we're front running this golden pocket, that's cool and all that good stuff. On a pushback up, I'll be looking for a rejection here. That is if the 4 hour is giving us what the 4 hour is actually giving us, which is just a cooling period right now before it actually tries to break above that momentum line. All right. Let's go ahead and plot a lovely line right here, and then I'll follow that up with it's just so you can see what the actual price is here. Let's see what that is right there. So even if it does drop into here, it'll still be the golden pocket 786 retracement where that momentum line is located. I'm so in a little bit of pain right now. Again, you can plot a trend line across here. I mean, I can just look at the horizontal lines, see what we got going on. Okay, pretty red down here, which is generally a great place to bounce. I'm just going to go through and clean up some stuff from yesterday that I don't actually need anymore. And when we did map this out, we were looking at this coming up here to the weekly average range. Ended up getting the drop back down into our area of interest. Okay. Just want to keep up with our data for today so we can recap on this at some point. I'll probably put it here, but essentially what would probably end up happening would be the way the cloud is coming up, this would just end up being some sort of this shows like some sort of a bear div here. We did invalidate the bear div at this point. We didn't invalidate the bear div from here though. And just check my trend line. Okay. Let me just go ahead and put a note on this as well. And then I'll take these current lines I drew out. And this read scale to today is the 2nd. Wow. Let me find this trend line here and put that in there. And then that way I can turn these on and off so we don't have so much going on in here. Hold on, I got one in here I don't want in here. So price note. Don't want to make it too noisy for you. All right, we're in that golden pocket right now. I'm looking to see what happens here. Did that take us into oversold? It did. It put us into our oversold conditions, and also still waiting on that. I'm just going to turn the candle colors back on so to make it easier for me to identify where we're oversold at and what we would be looking for, so you know how I do that. I'm going to have to let me go base. I can always put some more noise on this chart. Can always do that. All right, so a little bit of a reaction right here at the golden pocket. You know what we're looking at? We're looking at reclaim of where we first go into. Drop this down. We first go into oversold territory, and so a little bit of a bounce off of that golden pocket. Trying to reclaim here of this point. If it's successful, you can look to take a scalp off of this, and then you would just set your stop loss below that candle right there and look for it to come back up here into 107. If it gives you more, it gives you more, but it would just be a scalp position for starters, okay? Why does this line look like it's so off? All right, so nice candle recovery in our zone right here from the oversold. So that about 53, few more seconds left on this. Hopefully it doesn't blast off on us before then. Did break the momentum trend line right here. Has not been confirmed. And like I said, you can set your stop below this candle right here because you do want to hold the low of this little range we have identified here. And then just back up to there. Let me peep the 1 minute time frame just to see. Yeah. You see what that low is, 107, 153.9. All right, so if it takes out this level right here, we're going to start that all over again, and it's going to be with this candle here. Unless this candle here is just going to sweep the liquidity from that low. You can always draw your trend line on your price action. You don't have to do it like I did it with the momentum. It looks like I can move this. Nope. Went back to blue. Let's see if we come back up into that range. And if you work with the with your Bollinger Band, you'll see that we're in between standard deviation 1 and 2 on the Bollinger. And that aligns with the rejection that took place right here. Like I said, you can always add a trend line across this also. But the idea right now is that Bitcoin should be able to hold the oversold territory and be able to push back above this candlestick here. For a relief bounce, as we are stalling right here, for a relief bounce, and that will be back up to here is what I'm looking at. And it puts you into the golden pocket 786 if that is achievable. Puts you there. And so you can see how right now the scale is moving faster than price action. So it's going to start to, bearish divergence. But if you're trying to scalp, you don't have to worry about that as much as somebody who's looking to swing trade Bitcoin. For someone who's looking for a swing, this is what it tends to mean: continuation to the downside. So that means whatever's happening in here until we get an actual price line break, then it could continue. I'm gonna draw it from here. It doesn't look, let me see what it looks like if I do it like this. I would have had to redraw it again. Yeah, so I'm gonna stick to that. I'm gonna do it like this. We still have to read that the selling pressure is going to cool off a little bit. So where does that happen? Whether or not it happens between this golden pocket 786 or if it comes down here to the order block, that's the thing we're just going to have to wait on. And so as Bitcoin is waiting to get that cool off on the selling pressure right here, you can see how we're putting in these higher lows here on the indicator, higher lows here on the RSI as well, waiting for this to give that confirmation. Oh boy. Let me ensure that I like my line. If you like your line, you can keep it. The market is here to surprise us. We could get like a accelerated candle to the downside that just wants to take some liquidity or whatever and then retrace back up. Like candle eats his own tail. It's what a snake does when it's distressed, right? Eats its own tail. All right, we may have gotten a delta crossover here. Let me just check. Oh, it's a coming. It's a coming. You can see we're getting that delta cross here on the 1 hour time frame. And again, our delta is leading. So it leads, MACD follows. Every now and then, MACD is, be in charge. But for the most part, it's going to be your delta. I'm going to drop this box. You can see it to the right here, which is just the 786. 786 golden pocket. So I'm just going to drop it over here on this chart. I just wanted to do away with some drawings on the chart over here. In case you didn't see it, again, this is where the 5 minute went into oversold. And the idea of trading this strategy is that it reclaims. It has to be the first candle where it goes into oversold. And once it comes out, if it goes back into oversold again, then that'll be the candle that you would be putting your box around, and the candle that you'll be focused on. I'm going to switch my box. Because I just put a channel around that. I'm going to switch it to an actual box. I think I have one in here. Thought I did a cute little box. Not really. I didn't do a cute little box. Oh, yeah, I did. A tad bit of resistance here where we have the high of the candlestick range here. All right, so we have broken outside of the box and we are above where we had that oversold candle at. So we'll see if Bitcoin can manage to push up there to where we have that momentum line, 107,592. There's also the golden pocket 786. Retracement is right around this level right here. And this is why you wait and do not get in pre-market for stocks. Boy. All right. Fell in that little resistance right there. And of course, bear did. We know about that because our scale is moving up. And we can see it right here. I'm just going to note it. At some point, it will work itself out. Just looking at this, at some point, it will work itself out. Got that 1 hour candle open here, 9 a.m. Clean delta cross there. Be waiting on that MACD cross to follow behind. We'll see what happens. Do probably will get a pivot here on the QTD here. The white line will probably get a pivot first, and then we'll be able to connect with that pivot for actual breakdown. So I'll set it to the side and wait for it. Let's go ahead and try that resistance again. And a clean breakthrough above our candle over here out of our range box to get here. But this is going to end up giving a bounce. Everyone, it is going to end up giving a bounce. So pre-market, we were talking about AMD and saying how we didn't want to see AMD lose that 134.67. Well, pre-market AMD is sitting directly on over that that line, and actually did break below it just slightly. So hopefully it's not gapping down into it. After that, we'll be looking at 128.52 for AMD. So I can drop this now because we've done it. One hour is hitting the 200 EMA. Also, that's a standard deviation 1 on your Bollinger Band. Again, Bollinger Bands are great for identifying runs, consolidations. So rallies, base, drops. So if you don't have a strategy, I've discussed two. I'm just gonna hide these. Shouldn't leave that right there. Just so I can share that with you. So I'm just gonna hide this real quick. And we're gonna pop on the Bollinger Band here so you can see. So it's great for identifying a rally, because when you rally, you're going to stay in between standard deviation 1 and standard deviation 2. So this orange is standard deviation 1, and this is standard deviation 2. And then you start to put in a base, and that is going to be where the Bollinger Band may start to squeeze. It'll start to put in a base. And then you just need to identify, is it a rally base rally or a rally base drop? Okay. So here we were able to plot a trend line on here, connecting these points, and then we can see it was a rally base and then a drop, so a correction. And then coming down, you're going to stay in between standard deviation 1, standard deviation 2. You're able to drop a line. So we dropped the line on here, correct? We dropped these two lines. So we'll look at this one. So we drop this line, and then we get to push up, and we just come into standard deviation 1. So right now, this is squeezing. So we can bing bong in between here, green and red. So I always go with the numbers on the outside until we have, this could be the line break. It could push up beyond our point here, which is what we're looking for price to come into. But right now it is rejecting off of standard deviation 1. And then we'll see whether or not we have another rally or a drop. But absolutely a great way of doing things too if you need indicators. And I need indicators. I need them. I love them. I love studying them. This was the other strategy here, which is RSI strategy. So we have the bear div here. And bearish and bullish diversion doesn't necessarily mean you have a reversal. But it is a great indication of underlying strength and underlying weakness. Okay. And we did push up here to our yellow signal line here, which can act as some pretty good resistance. Very strong gap right here between the blue and the yellow here. So I wouldn't identify this as a squeeze. I would like to see it a lot tighter to identify a squeeze. So price can come back down in here. You can come back down in here and then hold here and look for a push back up just to finish playing it out. Okay, and if it chooses to, it can just pop up here. But once it flicks back down this yellow line without anything being close to it, it will be a big candle more than likely. Most occasions, that's what you get. You get like some sort of accelerated candle. Just like over here, you got this accelerated candle over here. With this one, accelerated. And I mentioned that the golden pocket 786 is here. And I was looking for the 107,592. See how we react when we get there. The momentum line is more important to me because it showed aggression from sellers. And so when you can flip that, when you can break above that and trade above it, then it's a strong indication. Even though we do have the negative delta crossover here. MACD is not crossed yet, but delta has. And again, we can just be putting in a pivot here, then we'll have a connection for a momentum break over here on Bitcoin. RSI was still looking pretty decent right now. Check back in on the 4 hour in a bit. So we're grappling just a little bit here at the momentum line. We're grappling a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and take profit on this. It can push higher, but I just wanted to go ahead and close that out. All right, so you can see I did close that out for 9.35% gain on that as we grapple with that momentum line there and as we show the bear div. Okay, doesn't mean that it won't continue up. I just don't like the space here, so I just want to go ahead and close it out. I can always re-enter, but that is that. Thank you. All right, we now have a new momentum line that we want to see. If you're wanting to hold on to that long coming down, you would like to see that hold. And maybe it doesn't tap it fully, but you would want to see that hold. Takes the noise off and keep the focus on this. And again, if you're someone who's still holding on to the long position, I shared that I just closed mine out. If you're somebody who's still holding on to it, you really do want to see price hold here where this momentum line is. Now, it doesn't have to come all the way down here and tap it because that would end up being an engulfing candle. And if that happens, yeah. We'll see. We'll see if we can get the bounce off of this momentum line right here. Thing I don't want you guys to get caught up with. Again, I don't like the space between here. It doesn't mean it has to fail. I just don't like the space. And that's just so you'll have a number if you need one. if you got it down here, then of course you just have your stop loss set. And the whole idea was reclaiming this low of the box here. That was it. It's about reclaiming that. So it would have been like this, and it would have been bare minimum, bare minimum on your stop loss. I want to push up into that. Usually go for a 10. And then into here. So that's what that looked like, and holding here. I am still holding that short. I announced a short early this morning when I started the stream, and I did state that I would not be adding the short tool on that trade setup. If you were here, you were here. If you weren't, then you just missed that. But did take the short. But once this gets closer, can look back at it once it gets closer. It's a very small scalp position there. I like to see this get closer. I like to see who's gonna take over right here as well. Will it be the Bulls or will it be the Bears? Looks good above here. Looks good above that blue. And the other thing about my short position is that it's such small capital that I used on my short position, with the understanding that price could still come up to the 786 and possibly even a little bit higher. It can do that. It can still do that. So I didn't want to put anything on the chart for that because I don't actually have a stop. I don't have a stop loss for it. Still trying to hold on to that range, that area. Some nice support going across here too, where we got this momentum line at. So I'm just gonna stretch this out. You can see that. Nice. Here, here, here. Let's see what was relevant about this. Nothing really. I will again reconsider what I want to do once I see some confirmation. It's confirmation here and here. All right, Palantir, baby. Said that yesterday. Said that yesterday. It was showing some seller exhaustion. Let's take a look at that other thing I was looking at. It did gap up, so that EXC did gap up. I still have not entered in on that one yet. It was also showing that seller exhaustion here on the chart. I'm going to give it a little bit of time because I'm waiting on something else on that one. Tesla, let's take a look at that one. I haven't put the chart on for you guys to see yet, but I'm just looking at it right now. So Tesla seller exhaustion kicked in really good over here on Tesla TSLA. All right, getting a little bit of a push up here with the bear divs though, but that chop right there, that is going to be a nice little move. I'm not in that yet. Tempest, I haven't done anything with Tempest yet, even though it is showing the seller exhaustion. It looks like it's going to be a better one to actually jump into as well. Coin trying to, we saw Coin earlier this morning. Yeah, be looking for a bear div on Coin. Apple continues to do its thing. Sound, making some noise. Good. Let's see. The trade desk. No, it was showing that some buying pressure was going to exhaust itself here. But that's something that I'll be holding for a little while here. Circle at 188, so it got a little bit of a rejection, and then of course AMD came back above that line we said we did not want to see it lose, which is that 134.67 before we start doing anything like that 128. Oh. It's the shim. Uh-oh. I'm not say my name. It's the Coin King show. All right, so it's a nice little candle here for Bitcoin. I'm still not touching this just yet. I'm still waiting on something to change over here, for the environment to change over here. But I love when I see this. I love when I see this. This just had too much of a gap for me. Bears are showing that bears are still in control over here. So I just want to confirm the change over here as well. And that could come with this drop here also. I'm giving it a minute. Palantir with the big candle rejection. The big candle rejection. That's okay. That's okay. Still looks pretty good on the RSI right now. Can it roll over? Absolutely. It can. Still have the bullish divergence there. Let me just stretch this out a little bit here. As long as we continue to whipsaw this yellow signal line right here, you're going to see these volatile candles happening.
What is that? Hello? How do you, how do you send cash? Wait, what's that password you gave me? What's that password you gave me? What's this? This is yours. Did you create your contract or what? You created. I sent you I sent you the credential. Remember, I sent you the credential, and um, I sent you. Uh, Let me see. Share my screen. Alright. I can't. Huh? Say what? It was. It was. It was too fast. Monday came and then Friday came, and then I was like, yeah, not relax for one day. Just at the house on Monday, and that was it. I was like,
Again, as this red
so
line
I
begins to
did my
drop,
shit, man.
sorry guys, as this red line begins to drop more, we'll
Yeah,
start to see some direction come in. Right now, again, it's going to be choppy as long as we're flicking around here. It's going to
that's cool, man.
be very
Appreciate the help.
volatile. We did have some data this morning, did we not? I didn't even think about that. We had data this morning.
Oh yeah, yeah. Thank
I'm
you.
starting to whisper because.
Apparently, it's just
Okay, so we had ADP non farm employment change
sitting.
this morning. That was all we had this morning, but
Yeah, I was like, man. Oh, you see my screen, right? Because remember when I created, did you when I created your username that I sent over on, I sent this on, what is it, January. This is what I sent you. Did you delete this one off or no? You deleted and created a new one. Even after creating a new one, it didn't work, huh? That's weird. Um, did this person, did they exist before you created them, or they weren't even on that team?
beautiful momentum candle there.
Is he involved?
Beautiful momentum candle.
Was he here yesterday? This person or no?
Got that
The other
and
day?
that now. Just still gonna wait here and
What's
see.
the right new user?
Bulls did take over right here. We want to see a
And then
rise
you
out of
tested
this
log
80.
in, and you're gonna log in. You're able to log
Let's
in
see a
yesterday.
rise here. I'm still holding here.
Hey, hey, show me your
I just
screen.
didn't like the gap, which is cool.
Like,
But
yeah.
nonetheless, it's always nice when you see price come above here, like so. But no. All right, conquered that momentum line
Yeah,
that
I see it.
time. Chopped this one, but held it.
Mhm. Hey, why don't you go ahead and delete him? Delete him
So
and
this
then
would pretty much invalidate. I mean,
delete him,
you
commit,
still have the bear dip
and then
here, so
create
we'll
him
need to see
again.
price
Let's
push
try
up and
that.
take out that high with the candle closure above here.
Yeah, with that 861
So
view.
that still needs to take place. But at least you didn't get the fresh bearish divergence here. Just really close to the high of the cloud.
Yeah, let's try that. Let's see what's happening. I'm curious because if this works, we can move it over to
Such volatility.
we can move over to Gab to look at. Obviously, I'm not going to fix either. Yes. Yeah, I sent the document and then but this
Right
is
now, I don't see that there's actual strength in this, even though we're getting the move. Money pays you, whether or not it's showing you is strong or not.
okay. Let me see. Okay, you got that. Let's put his. He's gonna do his
All
right.
right, so as I am allowing Bitcoin to do its thing, Expand Energy Corporation, which is ticker EXE, is on one of the trend lines that I highlighted as I went in and did some analysis on the chart. So right now that is $110.29. So that's 110.29 right now.
What's his email?
Looking to see if it can hold here on this trend line. If it can hold here or even break and reclaim it with selling pressure, showing that it's actually ready to cool off, then that would be an entry for me. Tesla is doing good. Tempest is basically in the same place here at its zone. So I have a zone for Tempest right now, and that zone for Tempest is $59 to $52. So it is holding the top side here at $59. Okay, it's starting to get a little bit of a rise here. Nice push in there. Palantir just still trying to hold on here.
That's what you right there. This is for Santai.
Currently at 130, 130. So just sit rounding off at 132. So I'm currently up on this little, intraday long position on Palantir. Though I'm looking for Palantir to go lower. Let's just be clear about that. This isn't something I'm going to be sitting here holding on to. I already have what I'm holding on to for Palantir. Coin still back testing that 786. Apple still looking good. Good. Sound looking good.
Okay, well, yeah, let's focus on Troy right because he's beating me already. Let's get his figures on.
All right, nice recovery on the trade desk, but again, there is still the sell-off pressure here.
I think there should be a better way of, this application is, people can get their password corrected and delete them. It's kind of not a good solution.
Still a nice go over here. Still looking nice over here.
No. Oh. No. You gotta remove the spacing, man. The password. No. The password you have. Yeah, you have the spacing. Remember, there's no spacing. So now that you're not gonna be able to log in now. I think you gotta hold on. You gotta You gotta delete this user again. Delete, find him and delete him again. Yeah, find him and delete him off. Okay, yeah, delete him now. Okay, there's gotta be no spacing in that password. That character is what I did wrong in the past. Oh, my bad. So yeah, once you delete him, give him the password. Like put 918 or something. You know what I'm saying? Like 918. Just put 918 as the password.
Nice push for Bitcoin.
Oh yeah, you can generate it on one. That's fine too.
And the bands did spread on that as well. Once price
Yeah,
came up and it started to dance around right here, it held standard deviation one. So again, that just goes back to the Bollinger Band strategy.
okay, great. So let's try that.
And then if you're doing the Bollinger Band strategy, then you can just follow along with that. So you can see how standard deviation one was right here where we had this trend line at here. And right now it's just moving in between
I'm gonna save
one
it
and two. And
somewhere.
if I
Okay,
do it like this, you can see it even better. Moving between one and two.
great.
Got the
So then
drop down
delete
here
yourself off again and
where it was
delete your
um,
password.
breaking and
Yes, I can. Okay,
reclaiming
so
the trend line here or the
all right,
momentum line here,
get it.
just at the bottom of the
Huh?
Bollinger Band.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Well, yeah. Just update and tell him that. If he's ping me, just say, hey, it's completed. Send him an email with that
If
credentials.
you ever have a preference of
Cool.
watching the one
All
minute
right.
time frame over the five, just let me know. I'm going to go back to our five. Let me see, maybe I want to see something over here. I'm just going to go ahead and delete this because we're pushing up more. That's why I never redrew it again. Thank goodness. All right. Tapping standard deviation one right now on the 1 hour. I mean, 1 minute. 1 minute. What do I got down here? Oh, that's the money. Yeah, remember when I said red down here? That's great time. Great time. Take a trade. Great time. We're green now. Good time to sell. Didn't work over here so much. It went sideways. Squeezed the crap out of Bitcoin. Trying to see if this still matters much. It does. It still matters. Of course, if it can reclaim here, then it's going to reclaim standard deviation 1. If it can reclaim here. I don't have a connectable. I mean, I can connect some lines easily, but I don't have a trend line that would make sense with what I'm looking at. Therefore, I'm not putting one on here. Yeah, so nothing that would make sense with what I see in the chart right now. Yeah, that doesn't make sense with what I see in the chart. All right, but there you go. Like I said, as long as it can hold this line right here, then it's holding standard deviation 1. As long as it can hold here, it will hold standard deviation 1. If it loses here, then the possibility of coming back down to where we took the long at would be the next case scenario. Will be coming back down into here. I'm just gonna check back in on our 4 hour time frame. I want to see what's happening over here. Okay. This is not confirmed yet. Um, we are still waiting a little bit here. 2 hours. 2 hours for this to confirm. Let's see. Something else over here. Yeah.
Oh, morning, Elise. Thank you. I hear you joined the team. Welcome to the team. Yeah, I haven't heard from you in so long. Thanks for the help.
I can actually put a line between here and here. This is going
Yeah, I was
to.
gonna join the chat, but I think
It's a little premature doing it.
I think Sam. Yeah, yeah.
Again, it's a little premature.
Yeah, I think Santosh, he's got the tap meeting, Chris. So I wasn't gonna. I think he's got pretty much down on just the tap related task. Uh, Unless you want me to jump in and join two of us. Yeah, yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Pretty much right now. But I mean, I always spot check whenever they rework back and things like that too. Of course, with the script that we have running, and that's been that. Well, I asked. I asked to Muragan, but he didn't respond back to what exactly happened. But it's fixed because we ran and I did the changes in there, and then I put in like a PPC test, and I put the data that would trigger the script, and it did. It worked now. So, but he never responded to me like what was wrong. I asked him what happened, but it's working now. So. You want me to get him more detail from him again? Again, it's like, hey, okay, 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 I'll do that. I'll circle back with him on his, see if we can. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't. I'm on call this week. It's showing me some flip. But I don't have any blocker on my end right now. I'm just working some few tickets and it's alley rewards request right now. Let's see. At least, do you have anything you want to? I don't know. She's braiding you. I don't know if you have any blocker. Thank you. All right. And Jackie, do you have anything? Sharon may be on a call soon. Looks like he may be. And I don't see anything to breach or risk for SLA. For marketing dashboard, Jackie, I'm just showing a couple. One that's showing, yeah, what kind of those? Okay.
Good old Palantir looks like it's failing a little bit right now. It is feeling that move a little bit. So the next time I
Chris, did you want to add anything today?
it's still not bad.
Okay.
But that candle is.
Okay. Oh, I may do my lunch. I may step back to Alpharetta to my thing yesterday, Chris. When I got there, they almost closed, and then they said, "Oh, you got to get the supervisor." So I need to. Um, I got to get the notaries. Get my tag. So I may step for an hour or so to Alpharetta. Come back. All right. Thanks, everybody. Okay. Okay. Bye. See you.
You're good. All right. Let's see. So Circle, not yeah, Circle ended up with the bear div on the attempted push up. So it's part of that rejection also. I can go ahead and hide this line right here. We don't need to keep staring at that. All right, so you should already see where these levels are at and everything on Bitcoin, including your little trend line right here. So I am going to take a look at the stock market again. All right, so just looking back over here at Palantir and what we have going on with Palantir. So you can see how we did get a nice little candle pump up on Palantir and how it got slapped down. Um, little indecision candle here, little chop across here, of course, as it did hold the level over here. So did enter for an intraday trade here, intraday long on Palantir. Not looking for a lot, just looking for Palantir. See if Palantir can retest up here at this 135.96. That's it. Just looking for that much. Um, RSI still looks decent. I want to see it do a little bit more. I want to see it break above the yellow line here. That hasn't happened yet. And we were already seeing how we had the little bearish selling pressure. So bearish was losing a little bit of control over here for this little swing. So that's how it's shaping up right now. It's getting a little bit of a smackdown. All right. So that EXE, as I talked through the chart, I went in and I did do some technical analysis on this, and I mapped out some zones and everything. So I have a whole summary over here. So short-term oversold, possible bounce forming. Midterm, you're going to be watching for 105.77 to 102.44. So that's going to be this here. So short term, we're looking for a potential bounce here off of this 110.29. If it holds here, I'll be looking for a small bounce up, just giving it a little bit of time to settle in, to come out of this oversold territory. Even if it does like one push up and then it comes back. Because right now we'll be looking at dots will be running across this one right here. In fact, let me just add that in. So right across here, you're looking for price to reclaim that candle. Turn it off. I may have to change this later, but let me just go ahead and let me put a little box around it. Right here. All right. Okay. So my notes are price is oversold. From the 1 hour all the way up to the 6 hour time frame, price is oversold on this stock here. Expand Energy Corporation signals of bullish exhaustion are showing up at least here on the 1 hour time frame. Do have DTI rising on the additional time frames, so that'll take some time to bake in on the additional time frames. Daily time frame, the RSI is also approaching oversold here on this. You can see we're sitting at 36 right now, so price is approaching oversold here for this. So again, looking to see if we can get the bounce off of here. Then we see this ghost line right here turn up, and we'll get a little green arrow, just like so, like over here. But this is the area that I'm watching right now. So selling pressure is accelerating here on the daily time frame, which is why the indicator is pointing up here. That's why the RSI is trailing down. Can plot a line on here for like a momentum break here on the daily time frame, but we are watching the 1 hour to catch just a little trade, because it is pretty high in the clouds. The more you zoom out, it is pretty high in the clouds. So the area that I'm watching for in terms of the 1 hour time frame is that 110, and then down here to the 97.93. Okay. And that would be over time. That would be over time. That wouldn't be immediately. That would be over time. And then on the monthly time frame, once price drops below 109.79, it's also going to start to lose that support of the BB% dynamic cloud low. That's actually the high, but it's the lower part of the cloud, the high there. And then the broader downside target for, let's just say, a couple of months out or so, be looking down here to about $90 to $85. Okay. And then you can see the summary overall here. Oversold, possible bounce forming here on the 1 hour time frame. So that's what I will be watching. As you can see, gray is the sellers, and when seller exhaustion starts to kick in, this blue line right here rises up, and this cyan colored one here, this rises up as well. Then a squeeze starts to happen. Now it can continue to squeeze price down first. So you see something like this right here. This was where buyers were in control, and then buyer exhaustion started to come in. So you can see how it swings until it finally drops. So that's what I'm watching for over here with the RSI. Looking for the RSI to reclaim the blue line, come back up out of oversold, which would be reclaiming this bottom box down here. Just reclaiming the lower portion of this box down here. If we can hold here. Tempest. Not much of a change here on Tempest. 59 to 52, holding the top side of this range at 59 right now. I didn't put in any notes for Tempest, but you can see the seller exhaustion trying to come in here on Tempest as we start to go sideways a little bit. It's a better looking chart in my opinion. It does look a little better over here on the 1 hour time frame for a bounce. What would I be looking for on Tempest? Just to come back up here into these lows here. So say everything can always do more. So about 65, 17, somewhere in here about these lows is what I'll be looking for Tempest to retrace to before maybe possibly some continuation given the way that the dynamic cloud is looking there. And as I looked at the higher time frames also. So I really think Tempest is at a great place to look for a potential long position. Intraday, swing trade, one of the two. Apple, still looking great. Still looking great. We'll see how it performs here again. I was looking for 221 to 231 for Apple. But nice breakout. Sound came through, boy. Sound came through, and I've already expressed where I'm looking for sound to go. I'm looking for $20. $20 holla. But we will run into some resistance, of course. There's plenty of resistance trying to get this move. Love the way the dynamic cloud is turning down here on sound. I love it. All right, so be looking for some resistance right through here. We have these. Look for some additional resistance in here. Do I have that marked out? I think I do. So you can be looking for some additional resistance through here. That's 1190 to 1336 there. Is that 1336 there. And then here again, potential resistance would come in here. Basically $16 to $18.20, and then this is what I'm looking for. I will hold. Love the chart. Gotta get in there. Not financial advice. Next candle drop, get in there. Hood, you know I'm not looking to enter on hood. I'm looking for hood. Hood is not in the hood right now. Hood is in Beverly Hills somewhere. I'm looking for it to come back to the hood, okay? Looking forward to come back into the hood. But I like the way it's given. It's given to the poor for sure, okay? Looking for the sell-off over here on Robinhood. It could take a couple of weeks. It could be this week. It can be next week. It can be a few weeks from now. But this is going to start to lose steam. We're starting to rise over here, so not looking for it to happen too quick, but it is starting to get a rise over here, and then we'll start to squeeze, and then you'll see a breakdown on hood. I don't know how high hood is going to go. I need to look at that, so I need to be able to look at that and see how high Robinhood did fly, didn't he? Yeah, let's see how high that goes. Go back to my 1 hour. We're trying to hold on over here on the trade desk. Again, we knew that we were hitting some resistance right here, or at least I mentioned, the resistance right here. But I'm still looking for it to get up to about 88. So
Did get a close on the breakout here of this descending trend line here. Just time is everything. Time is everything on that one. But I'm in it. I like it. I like it. Circle. You can see here on the rise how we have the bearer. Well, actually, you really don't. That's what I was trying to see. You do, yeah, you do. You do. You do have some bearish divergence. It's not enough on this indicator right now. I can always zoom out. That's when the selling pressure got juicy right there. Cloud cover. Back testing the cloud. We're looking for that 198 to 223. I'm interested in buying if it comes down in here to about yeah, 145 to about 105, somewhere in there. I'd be interested in buying. I'm not in a position on this right now. Could be a cute little inverse head and shoulder or something like that on here. I just think that it's overvalued and I'm not willing to pay those prices for it, but it is on my watch. It is on my watch. And our AMD, I looked out at it, and I said this morning, I really want us to hold this 134. I don't want us to really come into the dynamic cloud on that daily time frame. So if we could just hold, no, it's the weekly. What's the weekly? I don't even know what time frame. See, this is why taking notes are important. No, I'm on the chart. Somebody stop me. I'm on the chart. So what we can see here on AMD, you can see how we were squeezing here, buyer exhaustion. So bears were starting to get a little bit, bulls were starting to get a little bit of exhausted here, and then we ended up getting the spillover here at the resistance here, 145. Right now, not exactly oversold, very close to being oversold. And of course, now the bears are in control right now, and you can see we're getting a little bit of acceleration here on the selling pressure here going up, and that's going to come to a halt soon. So thank you, Kathy, because she did buy. So thank you, Kathy. Again, I don't want to see price lose here. If it does lose here and we start to trickle down more than 128, that's what I would be looking for on AMD. But right now, yeah, double bottom right there. All right. That's where I got to keep my eyes at right now. Because this is just a quick trade for me. Not my hold. Not my holding bag. So be back to look at it as we progress throughout the day. Alright, so let me see if I was wrong about this trend line over here. The one I said I wasn't interested in. I was not wrong about it. I still don't, yeah. And the line I drew again, I stated that it was a little bit premature, this line right here. But there is still, yeah, just really choppy right now on Bitcoin. Really choppy. I'm going to just go ahead and delete that. Just focus on the horizontal lines here. So I'm just still holding on to my little short position. I don't have a stop loss on it, so therefore I did not put a short tool. I didn't use a short tool to show you where I plan on exiting because I don't have a stop loss on it. It's just very small amount of capital on that trade anyway, so I wouldn't be hurting. I would not be hurting. You put it like that. So I'm not really seeing the same momentum lines that I'm seeing if I look at the Binance chart, but yeah. If I look here at the Binance chart, you can see how our momentum lines are a lot different for where we'd be looking for price to hold. If you're still holding the long position, let's see, we came down, bounce, bounce, bounce. I don't know, blowfin chart, sometimes it just irritates me, but I use that chart. I use blowfin's platform to trade, so I'm generally watching blowfin's chart. I just wish the math was mathing. It's not. We don't need that anymore. We've done that. It was just so that you could identify what that number was. You didn't have to count candles and figure it out. Just that number right now. It was this momentum line here on Binance. One thing that is consistent is the Bollinger Band. Okay. Momentum is not the same anymore right now. We do know that we have a negative delta cross here. Not the RSI, but the MACD is still rising. So no follow-up confirmation from the MACD just yet, but the delta does give a bearish cross here, and the delta is leading. RSI was still looking good over here for Bitcoin. Still like the RSI. I like it as long as we're well above here. Can we get a pullback? Absolutely. As you can see with all this chart, we can get a pullback and continue higher. And that could very much be what we have coming for Bitcoin, what we can expect for Bitcoin. Again, back over here on the 4 day, about an hour now, hour 26 minutes to confirm if we're actually going to get this break, if this is going to be a rejection point. Again, if it will continue to identify this area as a rejection point. But I like the way the 4 hour is shaping up, and it does indicate that we will go higher. Daily looks nice. So never got an alarm on this because I actually never did back test the trend line here. But hey, as long as it goes up, we're good. We're good. EMA ribbons were looking nice. Still looks nice. Need to see some follow through. But overall, that looks decent. And you can see where we got our little lovely bounce at last night. All right, I need to get up and do my walk, so I am going to set the stream on mute. But I am here. All right, getting a squeeze right now on that RSI. All right.
What?
We are still holding on. We're diverging here on the 5 minute time frame. But again, you have bullish and bearish divergence as we're getting this swing in. So right now the bullish divergence is what's playing out. We have to wait for that to play itself out. And then look for a pullback. But right now, it's doing good. It's doing good. So if you're still holding on, I'm not, but I'm glad that you are. If you are still holding on from what we walked through, this long setup over here, doing the RSI strategy. My treadmill only goes as actually it's a walk pad. It only goes as fast as 4 miles per hour. So I had to do my little jog on that real quick. Just kind of help. I was jogging through some pain. My back is killing me. It's killing me, and it's actually herniated disc, and the pain is shooting down. It was shooting really bad down my right side, and now starting to affect my left side. But I got through it. I pushed through it, and I know that's bad to do. Apparently, I don't know. I did it. I can tell you, I feel better that I did do it. All right. So again, Delta crossover here still holding up. MACD has not followed up with any sort of confirmation that Bitcoin is ready to reject. Coming into the red box up here, which is just where we had a order block here, or swing block, whatever you want to call it. It's a block. So we'll see how price reacts in there. 1 hour, 5 minutes left for the 4-hour candle close. And then we can reassess what we have going on with that momentum trend line on the 4-hour time frame. Right now, Bitcoin is up. Got a little bit of a cloud cover, maybe a nothing burger. It's a squeeze. Nonetheless, it is a squeeze. Still moving between standard deviation 1 and standard deviation 2 on the Bollinger. What are we looking like down here on money flow? So yeah, squeezing, going sideways here on money flow, extended, but still going. Take a look at that's all I have on here. Thought maybe I had the Z score on here, but I do not. So yeah, that is that. In fact, I'm going to change that because I can already see the Z score from another chart that I have along with that, and I'm just going to put in a Bollinger panel view, and you can see. So with that Bollinger Band strategy, still moving up between standard deviation 2 and standard deviation 1 there. Looking nice. What was happening over here? Okay. Okay, so the delta is a little bit choppy right now. Be waiting on the confirmation from the MACD over here as well. Whenever the delta gets choppy, it is a squeeze. Just like over here, we can see how choppy the delta was over here. So we can tell it was squeezing price down further. Drop the delta, focused on the MACD, and the MACD gave the nice driver here, the 1 hour time frame. So I'm down on my short. Of course I am, but not by a lot because I didn't put a lot on it, to be expected. That's why I didn't put a lot on it. And I'm the type that like to long Bitcoin over shorting it anyway, so could have taken profit on that push down. I did not. All right, let me look back over here. My Palantir. I'm keeping it on Bitcoin chart. At some point, I will switch us over. Right now, I like that. Finally did get that push up into that red line, that red high. Showing the move is stronger now. So I like that. Let's take a look here. Take a look at the EMA. Looking freaking fantastic. Far from the 200 EMA here. Far from it. So I like that. Can see how we were hitting a little bit of resistance here. Oh, let me leave this on here. Drop that. So it looks like we're probably putting in some sort of a rising formation pattern here. All right, so we're clean above this. I can drop that. We've already surpassed the 786. Just focus on this this red box here. If Bitcoin wants to go up, take the liquidity off of that high there. Or if we're just gonna put in a lower high in the meantime, for now, maybe we put in a lower high and then we come back up and take it. We don't know that right now, so. Nice push for Biddy. Starting to get a little bit overextended here on the 5-minute time frame. Just a little bit. I'm not really sure if that makes sense. Make sure that's on point. It is. So if we break out of this right here, I'll be looking for an entry back inside of it. I'm looking for candles to return. Move this to here. Based on what I'm seeing on the Binance chart, because data just moves different on the Binance chart. I'm gonna I'll keep this. I'll just change it to white just in case it does something for us coming back down. If it comes back down. So I was just checking back in on Tesla here, and I said I was gonna wait around for it to come up and break the yellow trend line instead. Didn't want to buy into it pre-market. Wanted to wait until the market opened, but by the time we opened, it never did like a retracement on it at all. Watching it simply because it was oversold. Looked at it last night, and that was what caught my eyes for Tesla. Pre-market it already started moving, and yeah, again, was waiting on it to break here. I'm gonna let this candle close on the 1 hour. I'm only gonna take it if the RSI comes back and retests the actually if the RSI comes back and retests in here. So I want to see a retest on the RSI. If it does that, then I'll go ahead and get in on Tesla. If it doesn't do that, then this is just going to be one that I don't take, and that will be that. So was looking for that W formation on Tesla. Looking forward to repeat what it did historically in the past. But again, if it doesn't do that, then yeah, just one that I'm missing. But if you were somebody who were aggressive about getting in this morning when we covered it, that's great for you. Just drag out my boxes. I haven't dragged these out in a while. need to do any other ones. Just focus on these two zones right here, right now. And let's see. Yeah, so this EXC is caving in a lot more here. It did lose the actual line here I wanted to hold, but like I said, if it comes back and it reclaims it or comes back up here inside this box here, the bottom line, yep, come back into this box right here, then I'd be interested in it. For now, I'm just going to let it do whatever it's going to do. I look for some sort of a move down here. Look for this to release itself from the high end up here, because sellers are still very much in control over here, holding on to this situation. You know what the next target is going to be at down here, 105 to 102. 44 will be the next target. So check back in on that. Nothing changed with Tempest. Palantir still, slowly grinding. Slow grinding. I'm still in profits on this little trade that I'm taking here on Palantir. Coin made its way back up there. Nice cross here. I don't need to buy any more coin, especially not up here at these prices. Only if it comes back somewhere decently, pulls back somewhere decently, but did establish that, yeah, just all it takes. Nice move by coin. We'll see if it gets stopped out up here. When that happens, Apple continues to look nice. Sound getting a little bit of a pullback here on sound. Got a little bit of bearish divergence here on the 1 hour time frame. Also, hood, a little bit of bearish divergence there on hood. TTD still holding up. That's great. Circle almost back down here to the value line, and AMD bouncing away from the zone that I was looking at. Don't need to buy any more of that either. So yeah, so far so good. Let's see what sound does. I love sound right now. I love sound. So my focus is right here right now, because yeah, I need to protect that capital that I put here on Palantir. All right, Bitcoin got that breakup. Got that breakup out of this little ascending triangle. Ascending channel. I was trying to see if that was going to do something for it. Did nothing. Got the breakup. I'll be looking for it to come back in if it does. Right now it looks really good. Nice strong push here. Nice strong push. Really got strong right here off of this candle. But yeah. It's a nice move. Still haven't got a momentum break here. Still haven't invalidated the Delta cross, but again, MACD has given no sort of confirmation there. Delta came back up here because, of course, the MACD never gave any confirmation either. All right. Still moving very nicely inside of the bands here. Take a look at the Bollinger Band, standard deviation 1 and 2. So strong move here on Bitcoin right now. All right. I'm gonna put the other one on here. All right. All right. I was thinking I draw a box around price being overbought, which is a lot harder than when Bitcoin gets oversold. It's a lot easier to catch the reversal. When it's overbought, you can be, I mean, yeah, you can be overbought for a long time. So it won't really make sense the way it does when it's oversold. I mean, yeah, that was correct. I fumble my words a lot. I will put the emphasis here though on the higher time frame, the 1 hour. All right, less than 45 minutes now for our confirmation of this. Like this looks like it's confirmed. I mean, we haven't got that close yet, but it looks very confirmed here for this momentum break here. It looks very confirmed. Bitcoin is not carrying right here. It's not carrying at all. Yep, she pushing. Bitcoin is pushing. Let's see if they're gonna keep squeezing it, if they're gonna give a cool off here in a minute. Maybe once we take the liquidity up here at this high. And then the 4 hour just takes over and continues this push up higher. I'm just trying to see, did my line make sense? Is it just, I don't know. Yeah. The way I have it is how I have to stick with it. Forgot that doesn't work with this. I may have a line feature on it. I have to check. This candle can keep pushing, but I just want to actually, I said I wasn't going to do that anymore. I was just going to use a box around it. This box I just dropped on the chart, this is based on the 1 hour time frame. So it can still move. In fact, yeah, I don't even know that I can use it now because the candle isn't red anymore. And when I say the candle isn't red anymore, I'm referring to the 1 hour candle isn't red anymore. And that's the RSI strategy. So it's not red anymore. You can get some really nice gaps this way. Really nice gap trades in and out real quick. Really nice gap trades by doing that RSI strategy that I mentioned. Okay, so the bullishness hasn't absorbed, hasn't played itself out just yet. We could see that we were going to get a little bit of a cool off there. So it still hasn't done anything yet. It's not even interacting with the lower part here, the cyan line here just yet. So nonetheless, a quick way of making a few bucks there. If we come back up and we respect the top side of the channel, then I'll keep it. If we don't, then I'll drop it. I'm gonna try this based on the scale. All right, then after this, I will drop it. Horizontals are always better anyway. Nothing new to update on Bitcoin right now. This box is just a reflection of the 1 hour candle over here, which is in overbought territory, and it's part of a RSI strategy. I may have to move it because it's not actually valid until that 1 hour candle closes. Right now, looking for Bitcoin to come up and see if Bitcoin is going to take the liquidity from this high here. Do still have the negative cross here on the delta. That can be played out. There was never any confirmation here on the MACD to follow up what the delta was doing. So just something temporary that took place with price action. Buyers are still in control over here on the 5-minute time frame. Did get a little bit of a sell-off right here, but nothing major. We've even flattened out here on our lowest point here. So we can squeeze a bit here before something really takes place here. So TTD, the trade desk, is looking like it is going to get a little correction here on the 1 hour time frame. It did get into overbought territory here, so be looking out for that. Expand Energy Corporation, which ticker is EXE, still has not regained the support level at 110, but it looks like it's going to get this push up here right now. I went ahead and bought a small amount for my trade, so I did go ahead and enter the trade setup on this one right here. Tesla, I still haven't touched Tesla yet. Tesla is showing that it has a positive cross on the MACD right now, about 37 minutes, and we'll see if that truly confirms there. Tempest still struggling a bit here, but still holding the line here around this 58, is it? Yeah, around 59. Currently price is 58.90. But as long as it holds in here, then that could be a place where people be interested in getting in. Right now, of course, there are way more sellers than buyers. We know that. That's why we're oversold here on Tempest. Palantir, inside bar here. Well, mother bar here on Palantir. 1 hour time frame. But I still expect for it to come back up to get a retest of that 135. Looks like Apple and Sound could be putting in some flags. And that's what we got right now. So okay, so that did push higher, so I'm going to move that up. It'd be easier if I just let the candle close. um, okay, we're almost there, taking that liquidity from the high. Could be looking for an SFP once that's done. Let's just check and see what additional liquidity could be here. That actually I'll do it from a higher time frame. Make my life easier. See what other liquidity we got. The 886 here, so the 0.886 is here, and do have this liquidity here. So let's put a trend line on that. And I'll sync that into the layout as well. And then there's the settings. We're above the 786 now. I'll go with the 1 and leave the 0.886 in there. And then I will sync this into the layout. Bitcoin is gone. Oh, that's at 12 o'clock. Okay, so we did confirm. The break of this momentum line here. Nice confirmation there on the 4-hour time frame. Let me make sure this is only on that. looks like, let me move this so I can really see it. Okay, trying to invalidate that bearish cross there on the delta. Is trying to invalidate it. If we start to chop like we did here, then we could continue to squeeze up. But right now, it's a small rejection here. And I'm gonna go ahead and drop this. Bitcoin is not looking like it's going to slow down. Nice 4-hour candle close. Nice momentum break on the 4-hour time frame. Still nicely moving within standard deviation 1 and 2 on the Bollinger Band. Still looking good. It does not look like it's slowing down. All right, took that first bit of liquidity here. And then here's the second liquidity here. I didn't put the first one on the 5-minute time frame, but you can see it there. I'll just do it just in case somebody needs it. I'll sync it in the layout, and then I'll unsync it. There. Bitcoin is ripping. Wow. Took the liquidity from that other one as well. And what the box represents is if strength starts to fade, you see Bitcoin price coming back down coming back into this box. But it is ripping right now. And that is the 0.886. You can see how strong the RSI looks here on the 1 hour time frame. No longer need that. Can drop that one. I'll leave this one here. There's no bearish divergence unless you're looking at this point right here, but Bitcoin can straight up rip and invalidate anything that looks like it's bearish divergence on this 4 hour time frame. Nice push, Bitcoin. Nice push. Bitcoin doing way more than anybody thought it was going to do. Oof. Yee. Makes me sad that I didn't even take the long setup we discussed yesterday and that I cut the long over here from the one earlier. That's okay. I'm doing some stock trading today, not crypto. Nice aggressive move. Let me take a look at the delta. Nice delta cross. I hate when my screen does that. Now that little thing is stuck on here, getting in my way. All right, so I'm going to do the same thing I did last night. I'm going to drop the delta here on the 1 hour time frame. And if you need an indicator to go by, then you just be looking at the MACD. So I'm just going to drop that. This is strong. So you get price action without the chop. And some nice bird feathers on the moving averages also. Look at that. Really nice bird feathers. Look at all that green. Got a buying pause coming in. 5 minute time frame, just a pause.
Huh?
Again, like I said, it's just a pause. You can see it from here, showing a pause in the buying. Sellers trying to step in right now. But bulls are very much in control. All right, so while we going with Bitcoin over here, I think I could take a look at some altcoins, right? See what our altcoins are doing. Well, actually, let me just review them first, and if it's worth talking about, then I'll get into it. Yeah, nothing really has changed on the altcoins. Don't really need to look at those. TIA is the one that's really been doing something today, up 11%. Virtual is up 13%, but I mean, we already know where, yeah, we've looked at that. TIA is the surprise of the day. All right. It's a nice 1 hour pop though on Ethereum. I haven't really looked at the lower time frames on the altcoin, so that's a nice pop. I could have been looking at that today. It's really hard to just really look at everything. It's really hard. Starting to squeeze a little bit more here on the 5-minute time frame. Sellers continue to try to step in right here, or bears continue to try to step in right here. So we're starting to squeeze a bit here. I don't know why this little sell market thing is sitting on my chart. Sometimes Trading View just I have to refresh everything and I don't want to lose any data, so just have to bear through seeing this nonsense stick around on my chart. If anyone knows how to get rid of it, please send me a comment. Trying to flag out up here. I'm getting the MACD cross right now on the 5-minute time frame, along with this squeeze, the squeeze here from sellers. However, you could see another attempted break up first, so just look out for that. 1 hour still looks good. 4 hours still remains looking good as well, so nothing too serious right now. I'll go ahead and delete this line here. All right. As I'm in the background, just kind of putting some notes in here on a couple of the stock positions and trying to post on my social account at Down to Crypto TA. right. Again, nothing new is happening right now on Bitcoin. What I was stating is that the bears are trying to step in here and push price down. It looks like price could get one more pop to the upside here before that happens. Um, just looking down here, even though we do have the negative MACD cross, it still looks like price can get a pop up here. Looks like some sort of a flag formation forming here. All of the time frames look good. 1 hour still looks good. Overbought here, a bit overbought here. Could start to see something take place here in the next few hours, where we get a little bit of a cool off, maybe back down here into the white box down here. Other than that, 4 hour continues to look strong. Also, 4 hour looks good. You can see the one we broke last night, and then the one that we broke this morning, today, here. RSI looks like a plane going straight in the air there. Yeah, I don't see anything negative right now. Looks good. When we get a pullback here, we can look for another entry to get long if you didn't hold on to this. It looks so tiny over here, just looking at it as a candle. As price continues to pump, it makes it look so tiny. And it was tiny. It was like a 3 to 1. Yeah, almost a 4 to 1 here. I actually closed out my position here, but I walked anyone through who was still holding, because it was still looking good. Bollinger Band still looking good here as well. I'm gonna start to put in a little bit of a squeeze here soon, and maybe some sideways consolidation. And again, that sideways consolidation could be the rally-based rally. So I do expect for price to continue going higher. And that was that entry long right here. Yeah, doing the RSI strategy on the 5-minute time frame on the bullish side is very difficult to do. Very difficult to do. A lot easier when you get oversold. When you get overbought, you can stay overbought. So, yeah. I tend to do it when we get oversold, and not from the lower time frame when we get overbought. Really want to use a higher time frame when we start to get overbought, and then you can tell when it's not working for you too. So like right now, we're putting in our third candle overbought here on the 1 hour time frame. It could all be about the 4 hour time frame, and once we do that on the 4 hour, which we're pretty close to doing that now, we're at 67.52 on the RSI, so we can start to do that once we get up here and take the liquidity from the 110. And that was the other long setup given yesterday. You can just watch the 5-minute time frame. When you start to see some blue come in, then we may be getting that correction here once we start to see that. Oh, okay. So I see that little pop up I was talking about there. It looked like it was wedging. Even with the bearish MACD cross. Be like that sometimes. Sometimes what you'll find with the MACD is that it may not give you what you're looking for sometimes until it actually crosses back below the zero line. So sometimes it will diverge in that sense, where you have the bearish cross and it'll just diverge on you. Let's see the delta is looking like here. All right, so also got the negative delta cross also. Getting ready to cool off. It is going to cool off. Just a little bit more of a liquidity grab there. This isn't remotely close to coming back down here to this line here. So that is where we would see like a momentum break here. And it's nowhere near close to looking in that direction. No new momentum lines either. So this was the last one that we got. This is the one that we were looking at earlier, thinking that maybe it would come into here, but then we saw it bounce off of the golden pocket or go into oversold when it hit the golden pocket. When we start flirting with those other colors, like I said, blue and red, we could see more of a cool off on the 5-minute time frame, but it'd be a chance for us to get a new long, enter into a new long position. So that 109, somewhere around about that 109. Okay, so that means it'll take this little low here. So any late loans coming in right here. No, I don't need to do that. It's not clean enough. All right, bitty. I was typing away. I forgot I had the mic on. I hope I didn't say anything crazy. I might talk to myself every now and then. All right. Mm-hmm. Should be halting. Like I said, probably just back here to this white box here. It may not even come fully in. May just tap the top side of it. If it does, start to go sideways or something, perhaps go sideways, and then get an actual correction on the 5-minute time frame and continue up. That's what were we looking at here? Okay, so we broke through that. I was thinking maybe it probably wouldn't do that, but yeah, white box it did. Bear's trying to get a little aggressive here. As long as we're not doing this coming down, we're all right. As long as we're not doing that coming down, that could be the low right there. Or like I said, coming back here into this white box to the top here. Yeah. Just like the 200 EMA on the 1 minute, where we're getting this reaction from right now. I'll look at it. There it is. Sorry for the slowness. Yeah, 200 right here on the 1 minute. And you can see what the 60 is here, just within this white box here. The expansion right now, I mean, you can use the Bollinger to figure out the expansion too, but it is just a little bit higher than this wick candle here. So to the upside, it's up there, and exactly where we got the bounce from is down here. So that is the point that Bitcoin would want to hold. I mean, it can wick down here, but as far as closing, it may get a little bit more intense, or the move that we're looking for down to take a new long entry. Yeah. It might look discouraging from this time frame. I didn't even know that was going to line up. How about that? And that might also be in confluence with that 60 EMA, right? That we just looked at. Close enough. It's in between. So bouncing from here is really not the bounce I'm looking for the entry. This is a little bit premature. That trend line there. Bitcoin can most certainly choose to pop back up from here. It would take out the liquidity here, if anything. I really wanted to pull back enough where people are like, see, I told you. Where the bears are like, I told you. Fake move, fake out, fake breakout. Wow. I was looking at some other positions to take in the stock market for a quick flip. And one that I was looking at has already popped out of here. The one I really was looking at was PNG. Now I got to go find it and see why I don't see it anymore. That's crazy. Just looking at that, and I was like, yep, that's the one, PNG. Baba is in here, but I don't like Baba chart. Actually, let me not do it like that to figure out why I don't see it. Might have to take a look at snow. Maybe. I can't find what I was looking for now. I just have to let it go. All right, so back in the standard deviation 1 and 2, when it gets past this spot right here, B1 and 2, it looked like it was right in there, right? Let's see. 109.4 to 109.7 or 6. Yeah. Yep, so it's all about holding this low right now. Otherwise, we'll see a little bit more of a push down. If it loses this low, more down. If it takes out this high, it could. RSI look crazy over here, but I mean, it could just be another sweep up here. I mean, yeah, stick with that. It could just be another sweep of the liquidity from this point right here. Unless it starts to diverge over here on the 1 hour time frame, then we going higher before we get a good enough pullback to want to enter a new long position. That's just not the pullback I'm looking for. Something like that would be nicer. So maybe just back inside the range here. All right, I need to make one adjustment on EXE. Because this is what I need. Obviously, Bitcoin is going to have bullish divergence. We're moving really slow in here and we pushed up really fast. So you're going to see the bullish divergence here on the delta, the bullish divergence here as well on the RSI. Squeezing here on the RSI, positive cross on the delta. Confirmation would be the break. You know, nice candle push up out of here. Or you can go with the momentum line break as well. The one over here was a failure. It happens sometimes. It more often than not, 8 out of 10 it plays, but it failed over here. Bulls are winning by a hair. So some sort of a push is about to happen right now. See that RSI pushing up a little bit already. See the speck of green. potential inside bar at the high on the 1 hour time frame. Be a P shape. Way to be sellers. All right, Bitcoin still bouncing around, trying to get that momentum break. Positive delta cross again. A little bit of a cloud cover, but that is a squeeze there, showing that bulls are back in control after having a little bit of a small correction there on the 5 minute time frame. Still overvalued on the 1 hour time frame, so still overbought there. I do have an inside bar. This last candle, if it closes on this 1 hour time frame this way, then there is an inside bar, mother bar, inside bar situation happening over here. And again, that's sort of like a P-shape volume range. P-shape usually ends up becoming a rejection area. So maybe a correction if that happens, or it ends up operating as resistance. So if say if price was to get a breakdown and try to come back up, then it would more than likely act as some sort of resistance there in that area. But outside of that, Bitcoin chart looks good. We're sitting here trying to see if it would get a bigger corrective pull in here. Not happening right now. It's getting that bounce off of the 200 EMA on the 1 minute time frame. Let's see. It's really nothing else to update in here. Price comes up. I do expect for it to sweep that liquidity. Do I expect much more? I think we start to look really sloppy over here on the 1 hour RSI, but we can always start to diverge right there. So then you start to see what'll look like bearish divergence. And you get your hopes up about that playing out, but in the end, it'll just be bullish bias. Be a bullish bias. Price will get squeezed higher. So I'm gonna watch Bitcoin. We don't have long before the stock market closes. Just gonna take a look back at some of the setups that we're looking at over here on the stock market. All right, I haven't added any notes in here for Palantir. I've explained what I'm looking for on Palantir, and right now, I mean, in in the macro, I am looking for more of a corrective move to the side. But right now, I am looking for Palantir to get moved back up, potentially here to about 135.36. If it does more than that, then it'll just do more than that. But right now, that is about all that I'm looking for on Palantir. So just a trade up to there as we were holding the 129.41. So if you were taking this, you would have did it when we first started talking about it, and it was down here at the 129.41, getting the bounce off of the support level right here. So this was level number 2 after this 135. So I'm just looking for a back test up into there and then a potential continuation down and look at it again. But Palantir, this candle right here was reading it as being in oversold territory, but got to pull back up, and that correction took place. Do have the bullish divergence that was down here on Palantir. Starting to see a little bit of a bear dip here to be expected after this aggressive candle move down and how slow price has been moving, trying to get the push up. Still waiting here. Could get another thrust to the downside here before it actually gets that boost up. And so after that, we'd be looking out here at 122. I will be out of this by the time that happens because it's not. I'm not gonna hold it through this breaking here. All right, so taking out that low, I'm not gonna hold it. There is a range forming here, so you see this mother bar here and these inside candles all grouping in here. So some sort of an explosive move should be taking place on Palantir on the 1 hour time frame. All right, so EXE, still waiting on this to finish developing. I told you that I made a little bit of an adjustment. I had this set for $110.29. I just took the 29 cents off and I did it this way. That way I can actually express what this is. So this is the low of the dynamic cloud on the 4 hour time frame. That's what this is. So we do want to hold that, and let me just look at the notes and make sure that that is see if I put that in here as a note. Yeah, it is from the 4 hour, but I had a little bit of assistance, AI assistance with writing out my notes that I took, and somehow it ends up in the weekly time frame. But this is actually 4 hour. So 4 hour dynamic cloud low. That is what this is. Very important that it can hold this price point right here to get the bounce up to what we're looking at, which is just the recovery here and back up here into this 116.38. So if it does not manage to hold here, then I'll be looking for the next level. It's going to be down here 105, 102.44. I will be out of it before that happens as well. So this is all based on the 1 hour time frame. Just recovering out of this oversold conditions and getting a nice little pop to the upside. And you can see we're starting to squeeze over here even more with the with bulls trying to step in here, flush out some of this. Well, sellers getting exhausted. So let me put it like that. So sellers are getting a little bit exhausted in here. So you can see the squeeze taking place. I like the way the RSI looks. I do want to see the RSI get the push above this yellow line. So it could pull in a little bit deeper. I'll reassess whether or not I want to hold it. If that fails, I doubt that I would hold it all the way down here. I would cut it, and then I would just go back in. I take a small little L since it's not using any borrowed funds to make this trade over here on EXE, Expand Energy Corporation. Tesla, we missed the boat on that one this morning. Again, pre-market, we had looked at it because I peeped it last night and saw that it was going to be a good chance to get in on it because it was in oversold conditions, and I can see the squeeze happening over here, and was looking for that for that seller exhaustion to take place in here. But when we started the stream and we took a look at it pre-market, this candle was already in play, and I was like, not gonna buy pre-market. I'm gonna wait for the market to open, and then I said, okay, I'll buy when we get here crossed above, when the RSI crossed above the yellow signal line. I didn't do it in then either. So just kind of weird for me to want to get in. Yeah, it was just kind of weird for me to want to do it then, because I was really hoping that none of this played out before I could get in. All right, so you can see this little trend line right here, on the ghost line here, this trend line. So you can see how Tesla was continuing to get this push to the downside here, because it was putting in a little bit of bearish divergence as it was trying to get the push up. So that insinuated that it would be a squeeze. Squeeze continued move here to the downside. But once you get here to where sellers start to feel a little bit exhausted, you do get some sort of a recovery pump right here. So does it go up and break here? That is what we're going to be watching for Tesla. I like to see starting to get a little bit of a cloud cover right here. So if it'll come back down, if the RSI will come back down a little bit, that'll allow for this to get a push back down in here, and I'll be looking for a double bottom. Tesla is infamous for the double bottom plays. So that is what I would like to see. And you can see how here the DTI or ADX is still riding within this lower, I don't want to call it a band, but that's what we're going to call it, just easier reference. I was still riding in here with sellers still in control at the moment. Sellers are still in control, which is why we're moving so slow. It looks like we're putting in some sort of little rising formation over here. It could be a bullish ascending triangle as well, but we do have a rising structure over here, and normally you look for those to break down. We can connect the line across here as well. So when Tesla does, or if it does decide it wants to put in a double bottom, we look for some sort of support to come in on the QTD. But Tesla is already moving for me, and I'll be looking for Tesla to get back up here into this box. So that's 344 to 361. Those ranges have been well respected. It could also just come here to the top side of the dynamic cloud here for the QTD, and that is somewhere around 331. Tempest still holding on here. So this 58.31. So there's a whole range right here for Tempest. Okay, and that whole range is $59 to about $52.40. So that is what that is right there. But in summary, so I put my notes in over here. I really want to see it hold this 58.31. This is, let's see if this is the daily. Yep, that's the daily low of the dynamic cloud. So we do want to hold that. Can price break it? Sure it can. Now, if price breaks the low down here, I don't want to see the ghost line break the low too. I don't want to see that, because then that means that I'll be sitting in more of a little bit of a drawdown here on Tempest. Now I probably will hold Tempest. I kind of like it enough to hold and maybe accumulate a little bit. No, not accumulating. I might hold it a little bit, and then if I have to take a L, I'll take a L, as long as we're holding within this range and it doesn't start to look too bad, because it's never a fun thing when prices breaking the low of the dynamic cloud. You start to get stuff like this, and I don't want to hold through that type of drawdown right there where it's breaking the low. So crucial right now that we do hold this price. And then I had to adjust the target. I just had to. I was looking at something. I can't even remember what it was. I probably didn't put a note on it. But yeah, target would be somewhere between 62 and 65 here. Just a simple trade. And if the market decides it wants to give more, it will give more. Now, the 4-hour does have me a little bit shaken, because you can see the dynamic cloud rise. And whenever we see that, it's usually not a positive sign. It usually leads into something more bearish. Okay, something more bearish. And let's see, I really didn't put too many bearish notations in here, but I did also cite the fact that we're moving in between standard deviation 1 and standard deviation 2 of the Bollinger Band, which is bearish. So that's on the daily time frame. Also bearish MACD cross as well on Tempest on the daily time frame. Although on the daily time frame, it is showing a little bit of bullish divergence on the RSI, which is to be expected because it's moving kind of slow right now. So just a small little bounce up, then continuation down for Tempest could be very likely here. So be aware of that. Palantir, I just covered Palantir. All right, sounds still good. Looks like we're creating some sort of symmetrical triangle right here. I'm not going to really get too much into sound because sound is really based on a higher time frame. What I'm looking at on the daily time frame. So this isn't like some little swing position or intraday setup or anything like that for sound. TTD is getting a little bit of was getting a little bit of a correction over here, and it looks like it will continue to get a little bit more of a correction over here. It's still trying to fight and hold up right here. Got a nice little acceleration candle right here, as I am still looking for price to come up here to 88, but it might get a little bit of a cool off before that happens. Yeah, nothing moves in a straight line, especially in the stock market. So holding on right now to the yellow signal line here on the RSI. Cloud cover here, some sort of a squeeze taking place. I think I did see, like a delta cross here, but this is on the lower time frame with the stock. I think it's hit pretty good thus far. So you got the delta cross here, you got the nice little move up, got the delta cross here, got the nice little push down right here. When it gets choppy like this, you just look at the direction. You just draw your trend line and it's up. Okay, so you got the nice delta cross over here. Nice delta cross here, came down, and nice delta cross here went up. So a little small place here on the 1 hour time frame. So it's not doing too much over here right now, but it doesn't mean that it won't do more later. But I like the chart. Nothing new to really update on coin or AMD. Coin, I will say I am looking for coin to get a little bit more of a correction. I've already expressed that. I'm not doing anything special over here on coin. I'm already in my long position on coin, which I am holding. I'm not selling my coin. All I'm looking to do with coin is add to my bag if it wants to give me something to add. I'm not going to add at these prices, but it gives me a nice little corrective move down, and I will be adding to my coin bag. Same thing would go with AMD. Gives me a nice little move down. I will add to my AMD bag. Now I don't want AMD to go too far, so let me pause there. AMD, I will see AMD hold at 134.67. As you can see, we are holding it right now. In fact, we get a double bottom right here around it with this little small move up that we got back above the RSI blue signal line here. Positive cross here on the delta on the 1 hour time frame. But when we zoom out, we got a different story over here. So we can see the cool off taking place over here on the higher time frame, the daily time frame. We can see the cool off happening. Overbought conditions over here as we push into the area of resistance. So at the max on the higher time frame, let's just say 128.52 is where I start to get a little cringe. And I suppose making its way back down here to this momentum line here about 117, but really I like to focus more on the weekly ranges when it comes to the higher time frame. So 113, I really will ish the bed, okay? And you can see how the RSI is hanging in here. It is trying to hang in here, but the RSI looks kind of scary, does it not? It does. And I got a bear div on here from something. It must be the weekly time frame, as it is the weekly bear div. All right. That is that. Apple looked like it was putting in the flag, and I did shout that out real quick. But it's either going to squeeze up and then it's going to break. I was only looking for 221 to 231 here on Apple. And then, of course, here is the top side of that range that Apple is in. So, so far, Apple has done great with this breakout of the symmetrical triangle here. Potentially putting in a squeeze for price to go higher. And then at some point, you're going to see the buyers get exhausted or the bulls get exhausted here. And then you'll see a correction come in on Apple. And that could be around the point where I've been saying 221 to 231. Hood is just something we're going to be watching over the next couple of weeks for Hood to get that correction. Buy the rumor, sell the news on Hood. But really, it would be a great opportunity to buy if it comes down enough. And I don't think I mapped out Hood. That's one thing I have not done today is map out Hood, so I need to do that. And then I recently updated a post on Circle here. So only thing I express is that we were continuing to hold the value low here. And as long as we can hold the value low, happy days. If we can't hold the value low, then price will be coming somewhere down here. So this would be the first target. Of course, 164 to 145 would be the first target. And then the next target would be 118.05. So there is a squeeze on the Bollinger Band here on Circle. So if I turn that off, and let me hide my drawing as well and take a look at the Bollinger, you can see that there's a tight squeeze here on Circle. So if it pushes to the upside, we get the squeeze to the upside, then of course the 119.63 would be the first area that it would hit. But if it clears above this with the squeeze, that is what you would be expecting, right? So the squeeze, you expect for it to instantly break up through here, and then your resistance will be here at 223.41. So you have some really good volume here at 223.41, and maybe like your second highest, maybe your third highest volume range here. Yeah, it's like your third highest volume area right here at the 223.41. And then this one is quickly about to become your point of control. So that's something to keep in mind on Circle. So if we get a breakup, then you end up having some really good support, because I mean, we're already holding this area right here, the value area. And the value area was determined by the last place that price was oversold at. But the market respected it. That is what that is. All right. And then, of course, I set this area right here, which is like your fourth range of volume, fourth highest range of volume. And of course, number uno is 105 right here. So I know a lot of people have been waiting on that 105. I've seen that all over Twitter as I was looking to see what thoughts were on Circle. But it doesn't look like that would be the case. If it is, then that is why I'd be interested in getting in. Anywhere in here and anywhere in here is why I'd be interested in getting in. But as long as it continues to hold here, it increases the chances that it could get a breakup. Okay, so I got a little momentum line right here. You know how I feel about when you break back above a momentum line or you break back down a momentum line, how strong that is. So it's a little small one right here. So bears weren't able to do too much in trying to push the price down right there. So Circle is looking pretty good, and I'll show you back over here. So you see the red candle right here. This was that last bought candle right here, where it entered overbought and the market came back down, and it just showed some respect to this area. So I marked it as the value area. And that is my updates on what I'm looking at trading, what I'm looking to buy into if we get a cool off. And we'll continue to look at this tomorrow and Friday as well. And then, of course, I'll go in and I'll reassess the charts over the weekend, because the easiest thing to do when it comes to the stock market is assess a closing chart. All right, so market's doing nothing then. Just prepping for next week. Back to Bitcoin. There's not really anything new to update on Bitcoin as we continue to just move a little sideways right now. Altcoins are doing pretty good here. That's nice. Let's look at it like so. So Bitcoin right now, nice pop on Ethereum, USDT, XRP, BNB. I can change this to the candles. That's one I haven't looked at in a minute. Doge. ADA looking good. SUI 291. What do we say on SUI? We said 308 to 330, something like that for SUI. I think it's a push up. Look at H bar. Not so bad. Not so bad. Up a little bit more on that H bar position today, up 37% now. On that small capital leverage long H bar position from a few days ago. Still down on OP right now. I think we did this one on Monday. OP. Yeah, so down on that by 4%, small position size, so it doesn't really matter. I never did the Undo one, and I said I was going to do the Undo one, and I said I was going to post it on my account on X, and I didn't do it. And that was supposed to be the other one we were supposed to take, but look back at some things when they, I don't know, should have been on the lower time frame. Looking at these conditions. So Bitcoin gets a sell off. Maybe the altcoins get a sell off, and then we can look at them on the 1 hour time frame. I should have been looking at them on the 1 hour time frame yesterday to see what we could get into. So everything gave some great signals on the 1 hour. Watching Bitcoin. So ICP gave a nice signal showing seller exhaustion down here as well. And then it got the nice pump up. XRP not as clear of a read, but XRP was already getting a nice little move up. Could have just looked at the RSI there on XRP. Ethereum showed down here the other day that it was getting a nice, well, sellers were getting a little bit exhausted right there. H bar, same ordeal here on the 1 hour time frame. So right now I'll be looking for some buyer exhaustion to come in on the chart, but I won't be taking any shorts. But we'll definitely look at it. Undo here, nice move. Yep, pretty much all of these coins are showing some selling exhaustion on them. You could have taken these positions. Seller exhaustion here. This was showing that buyers were coming in right here. And that's what this point had got to. It had the seller exhaustion coming in over here. And then it did a little bit of divergence. And then pop. Solana, same thing, seller exhaustion. And then over here on virtual, yeah. Have to catch it the next time. Right now we can be looking at some buyer exhaustion because virtual is showing that it might have some buyer exhaustion. It's a lot better when this line down here at the bottom rises up and starts to squeeze. Otherwise it just be like a quick fallout. I don't like to see it like that. And sometimes that will happen where it just spill over real fast, but if this comes up, it's going to look a lot better. And let's just walk the chart back up. Yeah, they're all starting to show that a little bit here. See how cost bottom signal line has already come up here. So it'll squeeze in here for a minute before it gives like some sort of a corrective move down, probably for a continuation to the upside. I think cost was like one of the better looking charts. Yeah, see, I like that on cost. If I just take everything else away and I just look at this, I like cost on the 4 hour time frame. And see, I like this too on the oh yeah, we were watching this already because we put a line here, momentum line break here. So I like this too on cost, showing a little bit of bearish divergence. So that's usually where you get a pullback and then a pullback and then a continuation. So sort of like double bottom over here or something like that. Perhaps it could just continue to push because we're already getting the drop here on this red signal line, and bulls are in control right now with the little speck of green. So maybe it gives a little bit more before it does like some sort of a corrective move, a little small move down for a higher low and then continue up. We'll look back at that. It did get the death cross over here, so I have to really watch that one. I prefer when it's sitting up here. So this is what I was talking about on virtual. You see how the cyan colored one didn't come up. You just start to roll over. Yeah. So SUI is still showing that sellers can be exhausted here. Not saying that it can't push back up, but I do like the way the RSI looks, even though we're looking at this death cross over here on SUI. We're saying about, okay, so 308 to 330 is what I was saying on SUI price action. If it rejects here, or if it doesn't reject here, then golden pocket. Yeah, buying is like where it's at. If Fondo can just hold this break, he keeps trying, but it gets these bearish rises every time it's trying to come up. And that, you see that, it continue to push price down until it can't anymore. But it will try that. Same thing over here with H bar. But H bar has been playing out pretty good, holding on. Yeah, there's nothing else to really see. XRP just chopping these signal lines, but XRP back up here to about 260. Trying to play out that inverse head and shoulder right there. All right, Bitcoin. Holding the break and back test every time. Break, back test, back test. So it's been holding. Keeps getting these momentum lines for a push higher, but I don't know what the Bulls got going on. A little bit of a struggle maybe on the Bulls' behalf since it hasn't been able to do too much. Fresh squeeze. It was already narrowing in, but now it's really squeezing. So bounce off of standard deviation 1. So if we start to push again and start doing this, you know what time it is. All right, 2 minutes to 4 hour close. I want to make sure I'm zoomed in for that. Quite the struggle between bulls and bears. I know that based on this indicator, the one that's showing this green and red color right here, above this high here is where it flips back green. I can delete this now. We've taken that liquidity from that. I still have this white box here where we went into overbought territory on the 1 hour. All right, got that 4-hour candle open, or a little bit extended, but that's fine. Still far from the momentum line here too on the 1 hour time frame, so that can be where price could get the pullback and then the bounce, which is what I'm trying to wait for right now. So I don't know if we'll be able to get the long entry on stream, but looky, it matches up with the RSI, so you can plot that trend line across your RSI. So you can do, no, ours are different. Mine is different from the RSI. Okay. So the RSI is showing that we've already lost the momentum here and be looking for the, I saw the cloud cover right here, but I was thinking it was fine. I did see the cloud cover. And apparently we're not twinning. So mines could be where we see this line come in and then it holds and bounces. Dang. This is just bullish divergence right now, though. Temporary cross here on the RSI on the 4-hour time frame. So fast signal cross here. Not showing anything major right now, though. Yeah, not showing anything major. Why am I doing that? All right, let me look back at the 1 minute. I just want to see what the EMA ribbon is looking like. Okay, so the 200 is still sitting down here on the 1 minute time frame. That's good to know. So right where the 0.886 1 minute time frame moves so fast though, that can all change quick. We look back at the 5. Still looking nice here on the 5 minute. But the 60 sitting here just below the 0.886, but above just about these lows right across here. So what I use on my EMA is I use the 5, which is in the white. So 5, 10, I use 26, 5, 10, 26, 60, 200. And then if I ever have the other ones on, it's like 400 and 1,000, but it's mainly these for Bitcoin. 5, 10, 26, 60, and 200. But you can see it right there, 5, 10, 26, 60, 200, 400, and 1,000. Let me see, 1 hour. Looks fantastic. Fantastic. Look at that little bit of entry. Fantastic. All right, the 5 sitting up here around. Yeah, so maybe we do get a little bit of a pullback back into these tops over here. 10 EMA. It's 108. 72 1080. Yeah, so back into here. That matches. That matches really well. 4 hour back to the 5. Yeah, all that lines up pretty good. So be looking there. Be looking there. In fact, you go ahead and I like the way TradingView allows you to magnetize on indicators. I like that. So I'm just gonna do it like that. How far off are we over here? Not far off at all. All right, 5 minutes. Again, it would flip green above this pivot, above this little wick. That'll change over time, I do believe. So this is about what we were looking at earlier. Yep, it sure is. Yep, that is what we were looking at earlier. I think that was where the 60, no, the 200 was at for the 5 minute time frame earlier today, was right in here. Now it makes a bit more sense to drop the line on here than it did earlier. Could even go with this pivot right here to be on the safe side. Well, no, I don't like that one. Let's go for the most touches. I don't feel I really need this anymore, so I'm just going to drop this off of that line there. The stock market is closed. Just checking post-market prices. Then I need to work on my spreadsheet for my positions. All right, stream will be ending in 45 minutes. So be sure you have your notes of anything I have on my chart that can help guide you in some kind of way. I hope it's helpful information. This would have been our candle to watch on this time frame. But like I said, it's really, really hard using the RSI strategy for overbought on Bitcoin. This was the last candle coming up after these orange ones. Yep, they would have just been looking for price to fail this high and lose that low. Yeah. It would actually look like, let me see if I have that one on over here. I do. So potential resistance. Let's do line with breaks. Would have been coming up through price like this. Short. And then price breaks it. A little scalp short there. Comes up. It doesn't fail here, so it just keeps pushing price up. You want to bother with that. This one, scalp short here because it fails the high, at least until it puts in another one. So it would have went something like that. I don't really use it too often. And the long would have been the same, which is a lot easier to do. Set to a line break. So reclaim above this line here. And that was how we did the long setup we did today. When I drew this white box around that green candle. And that's how we did the long. I know that when we and if we break this pivot here and come into here, double top is all I'm gonna hear. I mean, because it is a double top. It's not confirmed in terms of a measured move, but it is a double top. Which, if by the time anything happens, it will potentially have some bullish divergence or be oversold. This is a choppy squeeze, so I can't use this right now. When it does this, yeah, it's just a squeeze. Which you can see. So we're in standard deviation 1 and 2 right now. If that bounce off of that line again, I just want to put it there just to see. No, it didn't come close to it. Still above it. All right, bull still fighting. We look at a 15-minute. See what signals we got going on over here on the 15-minute time frame. Nothing. I didn't want to move that. See, I like that line right there on the 15-minute. I like that. I don't really have a low just yet. Unless, yeah, I don't really have a low. I like this line. And you can plot this one on your RSI for momentum break back up. So I like that. And we look at the 30-minute. Same thing here on the 30. Good looking chart. Yep. We'll end up getting that little bit of a correction at some point. And then just be looking for the bounce around in here. If it looks trashy, I will update. I don't see a reason to doubt it right now. I mean, aside from this fast signal cross here. And then RSI potentially giving a little bit over here, but it still looks nice. And I don't think we got, MACD still looks nice. And when we looked at the delta, yeah, it's just trying to give a cross. Let me stop this from following along. Okay. Two-hour. Oh yeah, we did talk about that. I'm just not realizing that. We're talking about the inside situation here. Inside bar range. Or mother bar range. I don't know how I ended up on a 4. Okay. And 6 and 8 looks a little weird. Hmm. Just to cool off. I mean, we are extended. Yeah. We did at least come out of overbought. I was just looking at something on CNC, and the crazy thing is, I actually sold it like before I went on vacation or something because it just looked like I needed to sell at that moment. And then I hear that they got a pretty big drop off, and I haven't looked back at it here recently while Bitcoin is doing nothing. Let's see where I heard that at. So here's that CNC chart. I'll be sure to get into this tomorrow. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I sold it right before I went on vacation last week. Mm. I mean, I probably would have did that anyway. Overbought. Purple Ease. Not really something I like to see. Let me see. 4 hour. Daily. I usually look at it on the higher time frame, so weekly. Let me see the monthly. Bitcoin is just still hovering around that 0.886. I mean, head and shoulder potential. Oof. You don't really see that happen too much. You don't really see that happen too much. I would expect it for it to hold right here. You zoom out. Oof. Yeah. It's never, yeah. That was pretty bad because it's never done that before. It's never even interacted with this lower dynamic cloud here on the 3-month time frame, and then that time it did with an aggressive push through, pushing that dynamic cloud down. Yeah, that never really happens. But it's at a place where I would buy. It's at a place where, yeah, it's at a buy zone. I like that. Let me look at the 12. Oh, heck yeah. Easy. I like it. I like it. How much of a difference is that? It's 32 to 26. I like it. It's 1 year. So it came back into its 1 year pivot. So right here, right to here, I like this. Sold the down to crypto TA. Sold. Let's see what happens. I'll bite. And put this on the watch list. Put this on the picks for the week, and then I'll probably keep an eye on this next week as well. I'm gonna walk this back, looking at the EMA. I mean, there's no argument that it wasn't already in the downtrend. Probably would expect it for it to hold here, though. I can't believe I never mapped this out. But probably would have been looking for it to at least hold that sandwich. It didn't. But great volume right in here for CNC. Let me talk about that. I can talk about that. All right, so there's 200. So that was that point where I was saying that it should have held somewhere in here. Close enough to it. So 400 EMA right there on CNC. Yeah, this is overkill. I mean, that was the 200 there. You see, can't deny that it was gonna sell off, but that was some overkill. It's the 1,000. I like it. I like it. Purple E extended. I mean, it doesn't have to recover, but it's definitely doing some things that I can get with. Let me turn that off. Why am I turning that back on? I'm not gonna get anything from that. That was the other thing I wanted to look at. Oh, let me see what that looks like. Yeah, terrible. All right. But I like it. Enough to buy some again. Okay. CNC.